Hello everyone, welcome to the Karl2D jam. I hope all the audio and technicalities, whatever we call it, are working. So the jam is gonna start in 25 minutes, and before that I thought that maybe we can look at like what Karl2D is, how to get started, all that stuff. So we have 26 minutes to look at that. That should be fun. So let's have a look. Hello, Night Owl. Oh, there's some people in chat already. Hello, everyone. Very welcome. So I will start by popping out. I'm gonna pop over to the desktop soon. Hopefully this works now. There we go. So we can go to. Well, I've made a little website for Karl2D recently. So it's a library quite similar to Raylib actually, but written completely in Odin, where you can draw textures and shapes and stuff, play audio, make games. And we're doing a game jam now. So if you haven't already signed up, there's actually, it's linked in the description, the jam link. 2 minutes. We're having immediately we're having an itch problem, but it's revived. So a link to this page, the itch page, is in the description. Hello everyone, hello chat. So you can go here and join. We're at 95 now. We're almost at 100 people. That's amazing. Maybe we can get to 100 before it starts, who knows. Have you done a Raylib style cheat sheet yet? No, actually, but someone in the Discord, my Discord server did. So there is one in there. But anyways, the library, it's a library for creating video games similar to Raylib, but written completely in Odin. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna spend 48 hours. You make a game between, you start in 24 minutes making a game, and then you have 48 hours, and then you hand it in before the end time. And the end time, it will start, it says when it starts here, and there will also be a countdown to when it ends. So just make sure you hand your game in on this page before, this the next countdown runs out here, right? So that's that, and of course you're gonna need. Well, Karl2D is written in Odin. You probably will use Odin. I had this funny idea that I think everyone will use Odin. It's not against the rules if someone wants to make bindings for it into another language, but I don't. Half the point is that it's written in Odin. But I'm just saying that would be a funny thing if that happened. But you probably make a game in Odin, so you need to download that, and then you download Karl2D from the GitHub page, which is linked there on the jam page. And when a jam starts in 23 minutes, you make a game. And if possible, at the end, please submit a web build. You can make web builds with Karl2D. So that's a good idea. And if you're confused, then there's a getting started guide. Here, this link here, it goes to, I wrote this just this afternoon, a new getting started guide with step-by-step what to do, how to do your first little program. But I will say here that we will do this on my YouTube channel, which is now. Golden Lions asks, are tools instead of games allowed? Yeah, you can, as long as you use Karl2D. I mean, you can make a little tool if you want to and hand that in. That's completely fine. The rules are pretty simple. The game must use Karl2D in a substantial way. It's up to you to sort of interpret that. But if you have rendering and audio, maybe at least some of that uses Karl2D. You probably want to use it for most of the stuff because it's a nice package as a whole. And the other rule is no vibe coding. You must understand and feel ownership of the code. You can use these days VS Code has this built-in autocomplete that is a bit AI driven. You can use all that. It's just like if you generate like a whole file and you have no idea what it's doing, so you're actually just that's what I call vibe coding. If you just you're just having the AI generate stuff for you and you have no idea what it is really. Even if you just skim through it and you kind of like, I know it's fine. At some point, you're kind of vibe coding also. So just make sure you understand the code that you is in the game that you hand in. And submit before the end, because when the game jam ends, then you can't submit anymore. So I will talk a bit about the voting and stuff later. Or I can just mention it now. There will be voting, so when the jam ends, there will be some voting. So you vote for your favorite games, and there's some criteria here: enjoyment, graphics, audio, and music. And the submitters can vote. If you're multiple people on a team, then you can, talk to each other and decide what the submitter will vote on. And historically, almost only games with web builds are the ones that get this is almost always like that the games that win have a web build, because so many more people play those. So yeah, that's just how it is. Lamatoast asks, do we vote on the best game? Well, you vote on these 3 categories: enjoyment, graphics, audio, and music, and then the average of those is put together and such. And the winner will get a spot on the Karl2D website. If you go down here, there is a your game here thing here. So it will be somewhere here. Maybe I'll rearrange this, put it a bit higher up or something, but we'll be there. And then, just like the last time, I'll do like a 1 hour private video audio call. Just, either if you want an hour of tutoring on game dev, or if you just want to chill out and talk a bit. It's just fun. Yeah, and then I'll do a show reel of the top 10 games from the vote. Also, something like that. All right, let's look at how to actually get going with this library. So you need to install Odin, right? I won't show you how to do that, but just go to the Odin Lang website, click on download, and follow the instructions for your operating system. Set that up. Then you go to the Karl2D GitHub repository, and there are a couple of different ways to do this, like exactly how you set it up. What I would say is do something like this. Let's simulate here a little setup. Let's see here. So we go into repos here. Maybe I'll make a folder here called Karl's Game. Right? We make a folder, Karl's Game here. Empty, completely empty. And either you can clone this repository and copy the files out of there. If you don't have GitHub even, you don't need to have GitHub. You can just go and code here, download zip, completely fine. Doesn't matter. There's also a release here that I did 2 hours ago. It doesn't matter if you take the master branch or the release. I just did the release in case someone picks the release. You can do that. That's fine. Doesn't matter. So you have your Karl2D things here, and you just make make a folder inside your game. This is your project folder, Karl's Game here. You make a folder called Karl2D, and then you take all these things and put in there. You just put the library in there. You just have a folder inside it. That's the best way, I think. So now you just have this empty folder with the Karl2D folder and the whole thing inside. Simple like that. And then we'll make our game in a file here. We'll just make game.odin like that. And we will pop open a text editor. Let's see here. Oh, here's a text editor. And I'll take this game.odin file and put in here, and we will write, well, this is Odin code now, so we need a package line. We'll just do the simplest possible program here, just live to show you like how you can get started. So we have package Karl's Game, and then we need to import Karl2D, and this folder here is relative to this file, so we just do import k2 Karl2D, and then we do let's see here, just that. Then we do a main procedure here. That's where our program starts, and then we just do k2.init. That will start up the program. Open a window. Maybe we'll start with a little window of 720p, and then we want a window name here, and that's all you need to open the window. There's some other there is some additional options here if you want full screen when it starts and stuff, but you can look at that later. And then you need the main loop. This is the loop that your game runs, the loop that it runs over and over, the frame loop, whatever you want to call it. And then you just do for k2.update like that, and then you do, after that you can do k2.shutdown. Right, so in here we need to write, this is what happens every frame. First thing we need to do is clear the screen. We can do light blue maybe, like that. And then we do k2.present. Present takes, this is double buffered, meaning that it's constantly drawing to one hidden texture, and then when it runs, when you run present, it will swap those textures. So present is sort of, it swaps the back buffer. Is there a theme? No, there won't be a theme this time. You will just do whatever you want. The theme is to use Karl2D, we could say. But yeah. Right, so we have that. So in order to run this program, you can set it up in your editor if you want, with a little build system. This is Sublime if you're using NeoVim or whatever. You probably know best how to do that yourself, because there's so many different editors. But just to do it manually here, then we can go to the folder where I created this, Karls_game, and do in here, this is this folder here, game.odin. And this will work on Windows, Mac, or Linux. The command, the terminal or command prompt will look slightly different, but something like this will work. And we do Odin run period, and we'll see if I wrote the code correctly. Yay, I did. It's a window. Great. And we can, we can make it a bit smaller, because I realize I have high scaling on my screen. We just do 800 times 400 or something. And then we can say k2.draw text maybe. Hello. And then we need a position for that, so we say 50/50, and a font size. What's a good font? This is in pixels and it's 400 high, so 20 maybe is good. What did I forget here? Is it? Of course you need a color. With this, just do black text. And then we go back to our terminal, do Odin run dot again, and there says hello. A bit small maybe. We can increase that maybe, like that. Like that. Hello, and there you have your basic game. And what you can do then, when now you have your window running here, what you can do now is Karl2D comes with a special document that shows all the API, the whole API of the thing. If you go to, I think it's linked in the, maybe it's not linked in, but if you go to the GitHub page, it's linked here. See Karl2D.doc.odin for an API overview. If you click this one, you get to this one, which is essentially the whole library, all the API of the library, without the procedure bodies. It's like a header almost. And so you have all. You can just search in here, or you can. This one is also inside the. It's actually inside the Karl2D folder. So you don't even have to go there. You could just. You have Karl's game here. You could go into Karl2D and find this file. Here maybe you could have it side by side, maybe like this, and be like, wow, what's available? Search a bit, like texture. What's the texture? Blah 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 blah. And you look around in here. Maybe you're looking for a draw texture. I don't know, whatever you need. Other than that, there's lots of little examples. In the example folder of Karl2D, you have all these things. So just look through these. Pick the one with a name that sounds like what you want to do. If you want to do something with a camera, or something with, I don't know, Box2D. There's also a slightly bigger game in here called Space Cat that me and my girlfriend did a few days ago. And it you can look into that one. That one is playable in the browser. If you go to Karl2D.com, scroll down a bit, then there's this showcase here. You can play this in the browser. Let's see here how loud this is. Pum pum pum. Lower it a bit. So this is playable in a browser, right? And that's also in the examples folder. So you can look at, and this one, you know, uses, it draws textures, it has sound, it has changes rooms and stuff. You can, and this is not, you know, in this example, in this code, which you can look at, well, we'll find, let me find it for you. In the code here, why is it in this funny mode? In here, space cat.odin, you know, you have this game here. It's a very good, by the way, this is Jerry did art. Her Blue Sky profile is here. Go follow her if you like how it looks. But in this file, you know, I implemented what I need for this specific game. You can use this and look at it, but you know, this is not a top-down game engine. It's just the specific things needed to do this. So see it as an inspiration for how you could possibly do some of the things I do in this game. There's also a little editor actually. If you press F2, you can have like, it's like a dual grid tile map editor thingy, and some other things. You can place stars in the background and stuff. You can look at these things for your own game as inspiration for how you could do things. But when you need to do more additional things that I didn't do, perhaps you need to, you know, redesign the systems a bit. I've only done exactly what's needed for this case. Let's see, let's go to the chat a bit here. I've been rambling a bit. Was hot reload still work in progress? I worked a bit on this just before this stream. So people who follow my Raylib Odin stuff knows that I have a popular hot reload template. I've been experimenting with this in Karl2D and it works fine. I just haven't had time to completely finish it. However, I have done, there is a repository now. It's in a separate repository currently because I didn't have time to completely finish it. So you have, I'm gonna link it in the chat here. Maybe I'll update the video description also with it. Maybe I'll do that now. Oh, actually, just go, if you're watching this later, just go to my GitHub profile and find this one. It's linked in the chat as well. But this currently only works on Windows. If you're a bit knowledgeable about Linux or Mac stuff, you can probably get it running. It's just not, I didn't have time because it's 3 hours ago and I had other things to prepare. And this one you can do hot reload, you can do live gameplay code hot reload. I can show a bit after the jam starts a bit about how to use this if anyone is interested. It's very, but there is a nice documentation also, like it says roughly what to do. Karl2D is not included in this repository currently because I didn't want to mess with subtrees or submodules right now. So you have to like kind of copy that in there, just like I copied it into my other thing. But yeah. Yeah, so you can look at that if you want hot reload. We'll take a look at that in a bit more. Let's see here. Would you also participate? Since this is the first jam with this library, I will sort of sit and do like fun little things, show people how to do things, and perhaps even fix bugs in the library as we go. So I will be in sort of creative tech support mode, what you could say. Right. Would you also almost got hot reloading working with seg faults loading? Is this the? Do you mean Jürgen with this library, or is it you did it somehow else? Because this one I tested this afternoon, but I haven't. I only tested on Windows, like I said. Excited for this! Yay! I just played Space Cat to make sure Karl2D was working. Completed it in 60 seconds because I'm a god. Well done. Now, yeah, it is just a short thing. It's sort of like you need to shoot once, get a key, and then open a door and go into a funny object, and then you're done. It just shows all the pieces of sort of that style of game, and you can build upon it or look at it for inspiration. What's the vector drawing like? You mean like vector drawing? It's currently there's like you can draw lines and rectangles, and there's no polygon drawing right now. It would be fairly easy to add. But yeah, we'll see. Looks like itch is crash. Yeah, I got an error on itch as well. So it is a bit unstable. Vitaly Franchuk asks, is art with free to use license allowed? Yeah, you can use free art assets. I think that's okay. From my point of view, the important thing is that you like write the code, you understand all the code, how you use the Karl2D library, you understand that. Also so that you can try it out, and maybe even if you find issues, you can give me some feedback on the library. You know, that's the important part for me. You can use free to use art, or if you bought some asset pack with some art, like whatever as long as it's legal for you to use it. But the code itself, the actual code, you should have some ownership of and understand. Right. One thing we can look at here real quick is that Karl2D also has web build support, which I should show you. So we had this, I showed you just at the start. Yes, you can join mid-jam, Bursk. You can join for 1 hour if you want. It's fine. It's like, just as long as you hand something in on the page, it's fine. Join for as short as you want. Right, so we have our little this game here, and you know, we could add like a K2. We could add let's make this one run on the web. That's right now, just to show. Oh, we're at 98 joined. Will we beat 100? Please go into the itch page linked in the description, the jam page, and click join if you're gonna join, so we get to 100 people. That would be amazing. Let's see here, 98. So let's make this into something that runs on web. We have 5 more minutes before we start. We can just show this, and this is important because I think when you hand in the game, if you make it into a zip with the web build inside, then you can upload it as a web build on itch, and then playable straight on itch, and that's super important. Now people say, oh yeah, it's 100. Woo! That means we're now on the 100 biggest jams. Well, if you what I'm trying to say is, if you go here and do participants more than 100, more than 100 equals more. Look, it's the biggest jam. It's the top one here now. Amazing, thank you. So let's turn this into a web build real quick here. So web builds can't have a main procedure because they can't have a loop like this, because they need to redraw when the browser asks you to redraw. So the only thing you need to do essentially, and this is also in the README on the GitHub repository, so you can look there as well if you don't want to follow along for this. What you can do is you can just make an init proc like that, and there you put your init stuff, and you can do like that. And then you need a step, and this name here is a step, is a proc that returns a bool. The bool here is, should the program continue running? This is named like this because my web build stuff automatically expects it to be called step. That's the only reason. And like I said, what the browser will do is it will call the step function every when it wants to reload the frame. So in main here, this is just because the main will be used for, you know, for your desktop builds. So you still need to call them init there. So this is called, and instead of this stuff here, you can just do like this. If not k2.update, if k2.update, if that one turns false, that means the program, that someone has tried to close the game or something. Then you just return false here. Otherwise, you do your stuff. So you just copy the body of this here, bam bam, and then here you can just do a four step like that. That just makes a loop that is continuously running the step function, you know, and it will run until it returns false. So we return true here. So this one just runs the update procedure, and the update procedure is something that you know, it checks for input, updates some stuff in the library, and then your usual stuff happens here. And then we can also make a shutdown proc like that. And then we can move the k2.shutdown into there. And then we do shut down here. So this is now what's used on your desktop build. And for your web build, it will call init on start and step when it wants to draw a new frame. And I know we're getting very close to starting the jam here, so let's hope that this works. So the way you make a web build is by doing Odin, run, and then you inside the Karl2D folder there is a build build web. This will be a / on other systems, and then you just do period here, because the stuff after the double dash is the parameters to the build web script, and that means we want to build the stuff in here. And then it failed. Oh, because I haven't saved the file. Haha. Yeah, and it succeeded, and it says where it are, and it also says here that you can run a Python server we will go back to that soon, because the jam is starting. I need to go to the chaos. We are, how many seconds left? There's 10, 9, 8. Oh, well, however you count backwards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. This is the start. Yay! Oh, it starts in -3 seconds. Oh my god. I think if you refresh this now, it says that you should submit within 1 day and 23 hours and 59 minutes. So yeah, let's jam, like Moomerman says in the chat. Right, and you know, I will continue the stream. You can continue watching this. You can go make your game if you know exactly what you're doing and want to just go ahead. If you want some more, ask some questions, or I will just sit here and do some stuff and talk about some stuff that I think is important, and you can watch that. And if bugs pop up in the library, then maybe I'll try to fix those, or I will answer questions, and maybe I'll accidentally make a game over time. Who knows? Yeah. The theme, there is no theme. They just do whatever you want. There is no theme. If you want a theme, you can go to random word generator and generate yourself one and just use it. I didn't want too much constraints on this jam, because it's the first time we use the library, so I more wanted a bit more open-ended like that. Look at the amazing cat mug. Was there any questions? Yes, good luck everyone. Amazing. Will there be this web build template somewhere? Well, it's not much of a template, but I can, if you look inside, if you go to the GitHub repository, and inside the README, it shows this exact code, this hello p, the stuff I sort of typed out just now. It shows this stuff. And then, you know, it says how to build that. And the build web tool is inside the Karl2D library, so that should be fine. Right. But yeah, just read. If you're new to this library, you can rewatch what I talked about, or you can read this getting started guide on GitHub here, blah, 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 blah. It shows you how to do the simple stuff. And then it says here, if you want to make a web build, then you click that, then you get down to this section here, where it says how to transform that hello world, say example, into a web build. Yeah. So yes, so when you do the itch submission at the end, you have an account on itch, and you will just, I think there will be, when you are joined now, I'm not, well, you clicked on this button here, and existing project. Oh, what's happening? I clicked through on something. Oh yeah, there is a link here how to make a. Oh, this I will update. I will update that. But yeah, you will need to go click upload game here, and then you make a new game, and then you can go and submit that as a game for the jam. And in here, you will probably choose that it's a HTML game, and then it says you have a zip or HTML file that will play in the browser. And you just take the output of your game, of the build web process, and put into there. And I will show you what that stuff is now, because we just built this thing here as a web build. So if we open the folder where we did this here, then a bin folder has appeared, and inside it is this stuff. This is the stuff you would just zip up like this, and then you would upload that to each. Yeah. Right, so and one thing here is that because of how web browsers work, you might not be able to open this HTML file right away because it might not be allowed to download the WASM file that's next to it. So what you can do is you can go, if you have Python installed on your computer, which many people have, then you can go into the bin web folder, and this is also documented in the getting started guide in the GitHub repository README. You can go in there and type python-m http.server, then it will start a small web server that serves this folder, and then you can just pop open web browser like this and go to localhost 8000, is it? Yeah, there you go, there's your game. And that's the web build of the stuff we wrote. You know, if we did something more, we did k2.drawRect 200 200 50 50 k2.red. They will draw a small red rectangle at the coordinates 200 200. We did that. Save. Sorry, I need a. I should. You can actually just leave that web server running. If you're, but you would probably develop your game as a desktop app and then try to make a web build. But it's good to test that every now and then, because there are some things you can't do in web that you can do on desktop, so you might get a bit confused sometimes. So if you Odin run Karl2D /build web -- period, if we recompile that now and we go to here again and we refresh, and there's a little rectangle that we drew. Yeah, it's quite handy, the Python thingy that you can serve. So you can leave that one running. I just open another tab here in my command prompt and rebuild from there. You could even have, you could have a build system in your text editor that does this thing automatically. There's also some note here. When you upload your game, it's very good if you follow this little hint here. Add -o size, because look at this. This one is 1.5 megabytes right now. Watch what happens if I do this. The things after the double dash is passed to the compilers. This is what you're gonna compile, and these are the O size is a additional parameter. 626, so it's less than half of the size. Does Karl2D master follow Odin's? Yeah, well, yes, but I hope that both master of Odin and the latest release works right now. Does it not? In case then I messed up, because I thought it did. I hope so. Otherwise, I have to quickly check, because I haven't updated my master branch Odin in a little while. Solver 9650 says init audio backend also lib PCMD mix SND PCMD mix open unable to open slave error PCM open failed for default, no such file. So you have Linux sound issues. I see. Well, that's interesting. I have the Linux audio stuff is maybe the least because Linux has so many different audio things going on, right? It works on my Fedora machine. Is it maybe that the name default, that you have something else on your computer for the main audio output? If anyone else is running Linux and runs into the same problem, please let me know, because it would be good to know, like, what is the distro is this, and do you have any weird, like, maybe do you have anything weird going on with audio? Does the game crash, or does it even work? Like, can you start working, or is it are you stuck? Because I mean, you can start without audio for a bit. Okay, so some Arch base. So many people use Arch. Since I use Fedora on my laptop, I should try it on Arch, because it's quite popular also, Right. That's some fun stuff. I'll just go on. I'm gonna open the window. it's like spring really suddenly came 1st of May, and it's like it's been 25 degrees in Sweden. It's like it was 10 a few days ago. So just poof. Solver, maybe you just don't have ALSA. Yeah, I don't know. Pipewire ALSA. Yeah, maybe it's the Linux audio stuff is maybe the audio stuff is gonna take a while to massage into something that is completely works perfectly. Maybe Linux is also, you know, if we look at the README of. Oh, by the way, before I do any of that, I need to update that. There's that form on the when you hand in, and I had a dead link in there. I just want to fix that real quick. Sorry, I'm just fixing it off screen here. If possible, upload web, that will make people try again. Create a web using this guide. Like that. Upload the output of the web build process. Okay, so Pacman. Okay, so installing Pipewire ALSA did. So maybe I don't really understand all this audio things on Linux completely. Really, I just did what works, and then I'll try to fix it as it. Because you know, on Windows and Mac, you can do whatever you want, and you can just use what the OS provides, and it will work. Linux and audio is not so not the same. So I'm just updating the the form or the instructions for how to hand in your game. If possible, upload, create a web using this guide. Right. Pipewire is the future. Yeah, maybe. It's to me, every 5 years there's a new thing that is the future of Linux audio until it's not anymore. But I don't know. If you have use Pipewire, I guess the ALSA stuff is sort of a compatibility layer, I guess. Well, yeah, I was gonna open the window because it got hot in. Oh, the guitars are making noise. Right. So ALSA is, I think it's the old school API for doing audio stuff. I don't really know exactly how it works. And Pipewire is a newer thing, and they're not compatible. But Pipewire seems to have some backwards compatibility layer or something. And then there's all these other things like whatever they were called, pulse audio, and stuff. There's just yeah. Did you mention a jam in the Odin Discord? I wrote it in the game development channel, and I wrote about it in the yeah, I've written about it a few times, and I've linked this live stream in the game development channel. Right. So there are some things. I'm just gonna continue here, talking about different things that are good to know for those who are still watching. How many are watching? That's an interesting question. Where is my I have too many tabs. 70. Well, why people watching? Or is that the current number? Cool. Fun. I don't know, one of the highest number of viewers I ever had, I think. Fun. Anyways. So, I'm just gonna go on with some interesting things here. Regarding the web build, if you look at, for example, the Space Cat game, which is in the examples folder of Karl2D, right? If you look in the init function there, then you see that it does load texture from byte and does all this hashtag load. This is because there is a load texture from file where you can just pass a name. That one doesn't work on web because there's no file system support on web. So this one will just there will be an error in the log and it will return you nothing good. So what you can do instead is this, and what hashtag load here does is that it bakes this PNG at compile time into the executable, into the .wasm file, and then it loads it from those bytes. This is usually fine for game jams to do it this way because they're not hundreds of megabytes or usually, so still fairly fast to load. So that's that's all fine because your the .wasm file inside your web build, this file here, will grow for each of these you do. So that one will take a bit longer initially to load. But currently I don't have a good way to asynchronously load files on the web. You can't do like a HTTP request with get me this file and load it as a texture and stuff. That's not there yet. But this is usually how I would do it in a if you use Raylib and to the mscript and pass the assets parameter so that you can still load your files. That's what it does. It just bakes it into the wasm file. So you still have the same sort of thing there really going on. Bursk says, I'm thinking about making an incremental farming game so I can limit the scope. My goal is going to be to ship something this weekend. Yes, sounds good. It's good to have something incremental so you can start small and build up. But anyways, so this is just good to know that you can do this for the web build. And I talk about this a bit in the README. I talk a bit about this too. Down here it says loading assets on the web, and then it just says that procedures like load texture from file does not work because we do not have, wait, where did I go? This does not work because the web does not have a file system. Instead you can do this load texture from byte with hashtag load, and hashtag load bakes it into the executable at compile time. And you may want to use the load texture from file on desktop because maybe you want to do some reload, like maybe in your debug build, your development build on the desktop, maybe you want to do some reload of textures, maybe you want to check if it changed on disk, then you reload it, then you want to use this stuff because you want to reload it. You don't want to get include once on compile time maybe. And then you want to do this thing on the web. But if you want to do that, then you can just create a simple abstraction. You just make one file for the desktop, put this plus build Node.js exclamation mark JS at the top. This will make this file not build on the web, and you say you load texture from file with the file name, and the web version you put in another file with just without the exclamation mark at the top here. So this only builds on the JS platform, which is the web. And there you just do load texture from bytes and hashtag load. And one thing to notice here is that I have a little $sign on these, and this makes it into a compile time constant. So you can only pass compile time constant strings, which is, for example, string literals and stuff, into here. That makes sure that then you can use this load texture, and it will, when you make a web build, it will get baked into executable. In this case, it will not get baked into executable, so you have to have the little PNG thing next to your executable. Burke says, wow, that $sign name thing is new to me. Yeah, it's essentially parametric polymorphism. So you can put a $sign in front of anything on the name. Now this is all name, but the parameter name, you can put that on something, and then you say that this thing must be a. No, this is standard. This is document. This is, if you go to the overview here, parametric polymorphism. Here, $sign n int is an integer that must be a compile time constant. Therefore, you can use it in the return value to specify a fixed fixed size array, for example. Yeah. You should advertise your book. Yeah, it says, I think it says on the side, support me. There is a link to my book in the description. I've written a whole little ebook. Look, odinbook.com. I wrote this thing. You can buy it and it'll read about. It's quite friendly written. It's you'll read about programming, and I try to teach you in a way that you not just understand the code, but also understand some best hows and know-hows, and I think it's me transferring the ancient knowledge of programming into your brain via text. Amazing. Go buy. Thank you. Anyways, but yeah, so this $sign is just big, because hashtag load must have a compile time constant because it happens at compile time. Therefore, if you didn't have this $sign here, this will not compile, because the name could be a non-compile time constant. It could be a string that's generated at runtime, and then you can't hashtag load it. So this just makes sure that this thing works with this thing. That's all it does. Hello, Jerry is, thank you for producing me. I have question in Discord apparently. Right, thank you, Jerry. Let's see. So there's someone on Discord who asks, is there a way to see if the cursor is currently over the window? No, I don't think there is. Maybe, I wonder if there's an event for it right now. Event, mouse button, no. I don't think there's such an event right now. You can know if the window is focused or unfocused if someone clicked in it and clicked outside it, and you can sort of get event, like usually to check keyboard state you would be like is key key went down or key is held. You would use one of these. But if you really want to look at events, the straight up events that are used to create these things, then you can do that. You can use fetch get events, and it says here what it does. It just gives you a list of all the events that arrive this frame, and and then you can check if you got event focused or unfocused, and that would be if someone clicked versus clicked outside your window. If you lost focus, but there's currently no way to know if the mouse left it, just like without clicking outside. Hope that still is okay. Or maybe I should reply that. There was a text question also. Yeah, I can show here. So here's my Discord. Oh, by the way, you can please join the Discord server. It's linked in the description. You join, and there's a channel here called 2D Jam where you can show your stuff, what you've been making. The previous game jams, people have been posting nice pictures and videos and stuff in here during the jam just to show their progress. Very fun. You can ask questions and such. But yeah, so is there a way to see if the cursor currently over a window? No, but you can use get events to check if Okay, another question. Jason asks, I'm using get mouse delta, and as soon as the cursor isn't over the window, I don't get a delta anymore for what I'm doing. I need that. Yeah. What you would usually do in these cases is that you would use some kind of mouse locking, where you sort of hide the cursor and it's sort of locked to the middle of the screen. I don't know if you're watching this stream, but Maybe we can. Maybe we can do something. Let me think. Maybe we can add a little. Or maybe this just feels like something that might require me to fix it on multiple platforms at once. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll look at it. I'll write it down. Maybe I can try to investigate it in a bit if I can get it working. Put a file over here with some to-dos. To-do check if mouse cursor locking plus get. Well, maybe you don't want to lock the mouse cursor. Maybe then you can check against the window rec to see if the cursor. Yeah. Yes. I think on some I think it was it on Mac maybe it did this, and it's a bit inconsistent. Let's see what happens. Let's launch the camera example here. So this is the camera example. It shows you how to make a camera, and you see the mouse position here is going, and then it sort of stops outside, right? Interesting. And if we look in platform windows here, get what's it called? Mouse move. So this one you only get when your mouse cursor is over the window, it seems like. There's probably some other way, some other event I could look at here as well. But yeah, it's not completely easy to just fix, I think. Yeah, but I've report mouse position when cursor is outside window. So we've written that one down. I'll just keep that one. I have some other things to talk about here also, but we'll look at that. Maybe it's just a limitation right now we'll have to live with, I'm afraid. Meaps asks, do you know when the Karl2D book will come out? Well, I haven't started writing it yet, so who knows? So I was talking a bit about this load texture from file and stuff. Like, one thing you can do here is also, like, you could, for example, write a small Odin program that generates an assets file that just has an enum with all the textures by name, and on desktop you can load them via file, and on web you can load them from bytes like this. Can the web build use the gamepad API? Yes, it should work. I have tried it. It should work. Let me know if it's sad, but it should work fine. I can actually have a gamepad here, but I missed the jam or hasn't started. No, the jam has started. You can go to there's an each page linked in the description. This one is linked. You can go there and you click join, and you can join now. You can join in tomorrow if you want. Whenever you want, you can join and just make your game. And there are instructions on. You can rewatch the stream, or you can read the getting started guide that's linked in the on the each page. And let's see how to do stuff. Like as an example of these, when I used Raylib actually for making Cat and Onion, I did exactly this kind of thing where I in the release build I embedded all the files in the executable, and I for the development build they were loaded from file. Now that was in Raylib, but you can do exactly the same thing. What I did, I had a small program that looked through my textures folder or whatever it was called, and then I generated this assets file that looked like this. It had all the texture names. So I had like compile time texture names as an enum, and these were all just, this is a generated file, and it just had like the file hash, and then it hashtag loaded them like this. This was all just generated, and then if embed assets was true, then it did all this. This is for the release build, and if it wasn't true, then we arrived all the way down here, the else case here, not in embed assets mode. This could be, for example, you could check instead for are we making web build, and then you can just do this, and you don't load the data so that you can check, oh, the data isn't loaded, then we load it from file. For example, you could do something like that. There's some different ways you can go about doing these things. If I set the dimension of the window to 1280 by 720, it makes the window the size of my 1080 monitor, but if I make it 920 by 1080, it works fine. That's due to the high DPI scaling. It just scales it by the scaling setting you have in your OS. So you have 1.5 times scaling. You have 150% scaling. So it takes 1280 and multiplies it by 1.5, and you get there. This is something I've been battling with a bit, how to exactly implement this thing. Like if you're on like some other operating systems, then it will always scale it automatically. On web, for example, it will scale it automatically. So this is just sort of normalization to make all of the platforms work the same. There is a hint you can pass to it if you don't want this to happen. In Karl2D init options here, you have disable auto scaling. This works only on Windows currently, because like on Wayland, for example, you can't really, well, you can, but it doesn't play nicely. So you can set this to true. So when you call init, there is a options thing here. Inside that one, you can set disable auto scale hint to true. And on Windows, that will make it not scale by this number. But on web, it still will, because on web, there's no good way to disable that behavior, because the canvas will get scaled. You can try shrinking it down, but then you will get ugly rounding issues instead. This is a whole can of worms, right? This whole cross-platform DPI scaling behaving the same. It's almost impossible to solve, I'm afraid. That's why if you go onto Steam and you start opening different games and drag them between the monitors with different DPI scaling, and you and see what they do, many of them will not work the same, because no one can agree on what a game should do. Should the back buffer always be exactly the numbers you say, or should it be only in window mode it should scale, but in full screen mode it's exactly the number? It's yeah, it only scales on 720, not 1080. It's probably that the window becomes too big, so it fits the window inside your monitor, right? Do you plan to get some support from function calls to the they could hear Jerry sneeze. She gotta bless you. Do you intend to support some function calls to get the native screen resolution before K2.init? That's what I was looking for and tried to implement, but that works against the existing interfaces. Yeah, we could. I could add that at some point, but the thing is, anytime you do that, you're sort of setting yourself up for trouble, right? Because, well, you make a web build, maybe it needs to be fit into a certain size, or you make something that can be put in borderless full screen, and then it's a different resolution. So you can almost never assume that you're going to have the resolution that you have. But like this also, if you really want to do this thing, like Channel says here, if you want to do this thing where you reason about pixels and you want it to be in like exactly those pixels, then maybe you can just make a render texture that's your exact resolution and draw into that, and then you draw that one into the game. And that one is like, if you have 320 by 180 resolution, super low res pixel resolution, then you could do that. Like I can probably let's try to do that just for funsies here. Let's well, maybe we'll do this in this web thing here. Main takes k2.texture. Let's see if this works. K2.create render texture 320 180 like that, and then that will make us a render texture that's that big, and then we can say k2.set render texture main text here in the step. This is what happens each frame. And then we unset that one here, set render texture nil here, and then we do k2.draw texture, and we say main text.texture. Is that what it's called? Oh no. That's not how it's called. This is supposed to be a render texture. Because it's there, that's different. The render texture has some extra stuff, and then you have a texture. This is the texture you draw into, and then you can maybe put that at 0 0, for example, and then we see if that works. Oops. I realize I'm in this program. I can go to the command prompt here. This is a program that's not bound up to this is my Karl's game program, Odin and Karl2D. You see now, this hello thing here is this small thing here, 320 by 180, right? Then we could take that one and we could use draw texture fit, which is for scale. It's sort of that, if you've used Raylib, it's a draw texture PRO, but it takes a texture, a source rect, a destination rect, and some optional origins and stuff. So you could then do like what's it called? Main src is k. There is this handy get texture rect procedure in here. Main text.texture, and then we can do these. Say we want to scale this up 4 times, then we can do like this: k2.rect src.x, src.y, src.width times 4, src.width height times 4, and then we just say main text.texture src.dst. Run that. Close. There you go. That's scaled up. Is this resizable? No, wait. Let me make this resizable. Window mode equals dot resizable. I just want to show you that is. So this is now a 320 by 180 texture that's scaled up. So you could use that. And if you want it really pixel perfect, then maybe you can wrap these draw texture wait, I mean, when you do the draw rect here, for example, if you have, for example, let's add a little player pos here that is a k2.vec2 it's called, and we maybe say player pos equals 50-50 at the start, and then maybe we can check some movement here. Movement is k2.vec2, and then we say if k2.isKey, no, key is held dot up movement dot y minus equals 1, and then we just take this and we blah 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 blah, and then it's almost like I've done this a few times, huh? And then x, and then x, and then right, and then plus, and then with the movement equal, we can say player pos plus equals, and we can import a linear algebra package here. Import core math linalg, because one thing here is if you go diagonal, you will now go faster than 1. So you can do linal.normalize normalize 0. That will not divide by 0 if this length is 0. So it will just make it 1 long, or 0 if the length is 0. Times, what happened? Times 200 pixels per second times k2.get frame time. So this will, since this is in how many seconds the frame takes, if you multiply that by this is a yeah this will get you 200 pixels per second essentially, and then righty, and then it and now and if we now take player pos and we use that here instead, player pos.x, player pos.y, and we do this, and then you see you have this thing here. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we will draw a little picture instead. Picture. Where do we have a picture? Picture. We can take the space cat. Oh, this is the old. Let's go into here. Examples. Space cat east west. This one. Let's steal that one for now. No. Karl's game. Put it here. So let's load that texture instead. I don't know what I'm. So what I'm trying to show here is that how we can use a very small texture and use that to we can. I would in many cases not do this. I would in many cases just use a camera to zoom in instead. That's what I would do in many cases. But if you want really pixel perfect, then you could try doing this. That's what I'm saying. Load texture from file. We can call this player. Player.png, player text, and then we can go down here and we can, instead of draw rect, we can say draw texture player, and we remove. We can just feed in player pos directly here. Player pos, remove the tint here because I don't want a red tinted thing, and I started the wrong thing again because I don't have a build system. So now this one is here. It's terrible background color. Let's do dark blue or something. Maybe that will work. So you have that thing here, and that actually works. I thought it would. Let's move slower. I thought it would be artifacts here. That's what I was gonna show you. That it would be like. Oh, it's actually moving nicely, pixel by pixel. That's interesting. What is the position of the player here? Import core FMT. Well, that's interesting. I thought there would be weird sub-pixel issues here. That's what I wanted to show, but that doesn't happen. I'm not 100% sure why. I thought it would be. Speaking of zoom, I noticed that the zooming in on text will eventually crash the app if the zoom is big. Yeah, what the biggest weakness of Karl2D currently is that the text rendering is not that good. If you just have a zoom and you use that and you draw your text, everything will be fine. If you can zoom in and out a lot and do crazy stuff, you might end up in trouble. That is currently an issue. But if you just decide on some nice zoom for your game and keep it there, you should be fine. What is the built-in font? It's Roboto. It's one of the Google fonts, really, one of the free to use Google fonts. Because the pixel size is the same between the render texture and maybe. But I thought that I would end up in between 2 pixels in this one, and that it would be like, but if someone runs into issues with trying to do this, so what I could do here is now we, oh my god, I need to make a I need to make a build tool for this so I don't go to the command prompt all the time and do I'll do that after this. If you've done this thing and you would rather scale it up using a camera, then we can do that as well. Yeah, I suppose it's nearest neighbor. I bought your book. Will this give me a bonus in judging? No, it gives you a bonus in my heart. Yeah, maybe that's true. I thought it would behave different, but I hadn't tested that before. So what has happened here now is that we have this 320 by 180 texture, right? And we've drawn into that, and we multiply that by 4. We can do the same thing if we were to remove all this and we remove the set render texture and we remove all this. If we now run the game, it's tiny up here. How can we make that 4 times bigger? We can use a camera instead of doing that render texture stuff. So what we can do then is just before we start drawing here, we can say cam equals k2.camera, zoom equals 4, k2.set camera cam. Now it will zoom. This is just like matrix multiplication shenanigans. We'll use that. So we'll have a thing you can notice here is that now the character is moving smoothly across because it can be there's pixels in between, right? You can use the small render texture to simulate a low pixel perfect resolution if you don't want this behavior. But one other way to get it to snap to the perceived pixel boundaries is to just like clamp your pixels somehow, like clamp your positions. I mean, you could do like linalg.floor here, right? That would suddenly you're on pixels. You could wrap these procedures a bit if you want to. Maybe it should be ×4 here. I'm not sure. Maybe they should. Maybe not 100% sure about the math there, but it's something like that you can do to clamp it if you don't want to use the render texture, because now you get crisp text and you can clamp it if you want. But for a game jam, where very often just use a camera, zoom it up, draw the things, be happy, just make your stuff like this. Right, let's see if we have some more fun questions here and there. I'll pop back to Discord also. Let me pop this over here. Right. Yeah, there's a there is someone said here the get screen size with 5 needs to be run after at least one key to the update in case anyone gets stumped like me. This is a bug, I think, on some Linuxes. I don't know if it's Wayland, X11 or both. I don't remember. On Windows, I think it works. On Mac, I'm not sure. There is some shenanigans there, so you might have trouble with fetching the screen size before you have run one frame. Yeah, I'm on X11. Okay, yeah. That's X11 is maybe that's that platform back, and I wrote quite quickly in one evening. So it's it might need some work. I think maybe it will be possible to inside the platform, like if we look in platform X11, like this file, there's this platform Linux window X11. There is this window width that's passed in here. I think this is just... I think this code could just be done better. I think maybe you can set the width and height, this one, in the init proc up here. By the way, one nice thing about a library like Karl2D is that Odin libraries are shipped as source. You don't need... If you want to change something in the library, you just go into the Karl2D folder and change the thing and recompile your game. And it's... There you go. Because it's just, you know, compile as part of your program. So maybe you could set the like s.width equals window width and height, blah 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 here. But maybe that will give you some trouble later. I'm not 100% sure, I'm afraid. I think there's a bug on GitHub for this, about this also. Maybe I'll, if I feel a bit bored at some point, I'll bring out my Linux laptop and try to fix that, because the X11 platform backend needs some love, that's for sure. Do you have render texture? Yes, actually, if you rewind the stream, I was just using a render texture. If you go back like 20 minutes, or I can just hold undo here. Let's see. Here you go. This is a render texture. I create it here, create render texture, 320 by 180. I set render texture, this will draw into the render texture, then I unset it by doing set render texture nil, and then it will draw to the back buffer, and then I present. Does Karl2D support HDR? Do you mean like you mean like high dynamic range colors? No, I mean, no. I think that needs some extra support. Maybe you can do something with the colors and then change how the shade, like if you modify the default shader, there is the default shader inside. If you look in here, there is the default shader in here, the different ones, the GL and the D4D on the WebGL. If you modify those, I'm not sure. Maybe you need to do something extra in the to get that working. I haven't tested it. I should. That's a good to do at some point. Cement Curse says I sometimes can't believe that my game is actually compiling properly because the game just opens as if launched a program in trouble. I mean that it goes fast, or but it is pretty lean and quick, I guess. I'm not sure I ever encountered a 2D game with huge stage jar. I guess there's always a funny 2D game. You know, we have 2D games with normal maps and everything these days. Could you explain the camera system more? Sure. Needed for that spicy bloom. I understand. Yeah, sorry. Maybe you can fake it somehow in the shader. I don't know. The camera system. Well, actually, maybe I just open the camera sample and show you around a bit. Or yeah, I undid stuff here, and then let me remove these things. Oh, actually, I think the camera sample is best because you need some things on the screen to understand what's going on, right? So the camera sample you can find in the examples folder. It has some comments about what happens. It looks like this. You can click and drag or pan with the arrow keys. You can use ZX to rotate, and you can use the scroll wheel to zoom. And it says some stuff here also about what things are. Right. That's what it does. That's just what it does on a surface level. Now the code for this is that a camera, if we look at it, what it is it has a target. That's where the camera is pointing at in world coordinates. So just if you have your player at coordinates 50-50, then you want to look straight at the player, then you would set 50-50 as the target. And the offset here is how the one issue of the camera is that it will be like from the top left corner, the offset. So essentially, if we bring our MS Paint here, ye old MS Paint, and then the camera, if you just set the target of the camera to a position, then that thing will end up in the top left corner. What you can do also is to feed the half the width and height of the screen to offset, and then that will offset the coordinate you put here by half the screen, so we'll end up in the middle. Very handy. That's very common. And then when you make a camera, you always need to put zoom to something. You probably want to put it at 1 for starters, if you just want to have a camera that looks around. So maybe you want, if you don't initialize zoom to anything, then I think your game might not render because it's 0. Yes, so the offset is the offset you can think of as in window coordinates. Like it's an offset before the thing is looked at. So that's why you can use half the window size, because no matter which zoom you pick here, you can just put the offset as half the window size. So let's actually try to do that. Let me make a little build system for my game. Where are we? Let me make my own life easier here. I can have this little the Karl game folder here. That's pretty handy to have. And we'll take this one, I think, and we will go. Oh yeah, I promised to show you the hot load stuff also. We'll look at that after this. Karl's game. I'm just doing this so that I have something. Let me see if that works to open. Tools, build system, Karl's game, run. Yeah, and then we remove these things because let me show you how to use these things. I was gonna show you in the camera sample, but maybe it's easier if I just show you code up some stuff instead. Might be easier. The game is already open. So the little player is moving up here, right? We have no camera right now. Let me make this text white maybe, and maybe move it far away, and make this move much faster. Not 4,000, that would be zoom 400. Yeah, very good. It moves around. So now this is we want a bit bigger, bit more zoomed in. So like we did before, we can just here say camera, and you can make the camera each frame. The camera is just a struct. Like it's just this is in Rail. It has the same name. So yeah, I just pressed F12 there, and this was like, oh, did you mean this one, or the one in STL3, or the one in Karl2D? Because my project has a whole lot of stuff in it. Let's just remove all this. That's better. So now if I look at this, the camera, you can see here, the camera is just a struct, so you can just initialize this every frame. It's completely fine. So we set the zoom to 4, like I said before, k2.set camera. This is actually, you know, this state is remembered to the next frame, so if you could also set it to nil afterwards, but OLS doesn't work on Sublime. Well, yeah, I think it works, doesn't it? Yeah, there you go. So here's your character now, and well, it's moving a bit fast, maybe with 200. And now let's make the camera follow the player. So then we say target equals player pos. Okay, now you see that the camera is following it. So we have said that the camera should, in world coordinates, look at this position. And that's good. But the only problem now is that, of course, we would like the player to be in the center of the screen. So therefore we can say offset equals k2.get screen size. The size is just width and height turned into a f32 vector times 0.5, half the screen size. Now it's in the middle. So the offset is in sort of screen space, you could say. Target is in the world corners of where you want to look. And the zoom is like that. Cool. There you have it. You have your camera. And the viewer that is a bit picky might notice that we're looking at this point. So maybe we want to look at the middle of the player. So then it would be maybe like plus k2.get texture rect player text times 0.5. Oh, that's a rect. Wait. That's not a size. Maybe it's easier to just do this. Player size equals k2.vect. What is it called then? Oh yeah, no. That's width, not x and y. This will take the width and the height. And now, oh no, it should be minus, I think. Yes, these things are always a bit. Is it in the middle now? What did I do? Oh no, this is in. I think you have to transform this into screen, so it's actually times 4 maybe. Minus, no times, yeah, that's correct. It's a bit finicky to get the offset correct when this is in sort of screen space and this is zoomed up and all that. But yeah. So there was an interesting question here. Why do you have all this folder in your workspace, core and base? I actually have a whole video on this. Where I say exploring Odin without leaving your editor. So even if you have OLS, you know, if you have OLS, you can press F12 and jump to any procedure, even if it's not in your project. Well, you can do that. But one thing you can't do with OLS is do symbol search in project. And I go on and on about this. I always go on and on about this. Like, if I don't know, if I want to know, like, is there maybe somewhere in core, I don't know in which folder, I don't know in which package at all. Is there maybe something called font? Maybe? Or maybe that's a bad example. Well, do we have a better example? Like set system file cache. Oh, there it was. Oh, it was in kernel 42.odin inside the Windows package. You can't find that easily with just OLS, because you would need to import this already and then like write the package name dot. And in this video where I talk about this, I have this other example which is quite good, where you can also use this thing has sort of fuzzy search, so you could be like what's a good example, floor, like, oh, maybe you like, oh, floor effort. You know, you can just type floor and then look around a bit in here and find stuff. This is how I learned Odin. I had the base and core folder and vendor inside here, so I could do symbol search and just find. This is not, you know, this normal search doesn't do it. You need to be able to like, you need to be able to do this where it knows it's a type, it's a function, something like that. So it doesn't matter how you implement this, but if you only use OLS, then just go to the where this thing, being able to go to where something is declared, or just being able to check with autocomplete what's included in a package is not enough usually, because some people like sitting on the odinlang.org and sit in the documentation like here, and they sit here and they type something here. What's a good thing to look for? Yeah, maybe you want to look for split, half split. So this thing doesn't even find it that easy. I think I can probably half split. Oh, this, you know, this is still better. Oh, split half. Okay, maybe this is what I wanted. So you can sort of find your way around like that. I think that's yeah. Anyways. Let's see what we were doing. Yeah, the in editor looks. I just, but also being able to just, you find a function and you immediately see what you see, documentation here, and then you see what it does immediately. Like, wow, okay, this is documentation here, and this is what it does. This is much better to me than looking at any web documentation. And also you look a lot at the language, so you learn it properly. So what we're doing here, yeah, so we've made our camera, right? So I think that's how you use the camera. There was one more thing in the camera that we didn't cover. Oh, there's a rotation also. So you could do like rotation equals f32k to get time, and then it will go all crazy because now it's rotating. Oh wait, hello. Yeah, something like that. Now the camera is rotating, and it rotates around the offset point. No, it rotates around the target point. Oh, actually, I realize now that this what I did here was silly. What I should have done is, of course, player pos plus player size times a half. That was just me not thinking. That's much easier, because now the offset is always in the middle of the screen, and you're looking at the player position plus half the size of the player texture. So now you see, this is what you wanted, right? I'm making a, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just answering questions and typing a random code as we go. So, what are we doing? Right. So, how many people have joined on the... So, if you're just tuning in, we're doing a game jam, Karl2D game jam. You can still join. There's a link in the description where you can go to this page and you can click join. And the only thing you need to do is use the Karl2D library. There are instructions how to get going down here. The getting started link down here. And you just hand in your game within 1 day and 22 hours and 51 minutes. And you're good to go. Yeah. Why not have target go to the center by default? Oh, you mean that the offset should be... Well, you know, rectangles... Draw rect is counts from the top left. Everything counts from the top left. You could make an argument that in this case it would make sense to have it in the middle, but then if you do want an offset, then you have to sort of like do the math backwards in your head and like, okay, how far away am I from the center of the screen rather than the top left, which is how you count when you do draw rectangles and all that. So, you know, this, I think this makes more sense. This is actually the camera system is more or less a copy of the Raylib system. It's very similar. I think almost the things have the same name. Maybe something has slightly different name. Maybe the offset is named differently. But I just liked how that worked. So this is the how you set the camera is different, because in Raylib you do begin mode 2D or something like that. You just say set camera. Right. Oh well. Let's see. And if you are making stuff like I said, please hop. There's a Discord server linked in the stream description. Hop on there. There's a Karl2D jam channel, and then just in there you can post, you know, screenshots and videos as you make your game. It was super fun to see what people do. Like I'll probably show on the stream, you know, as we go. Usually in my jams, people have started, you know, posting fun videos and stuff. Yeah. And like I said previously, the best thing is when you do submit your game, try to get the web build working. Try to do your web build, like try to make a web build, rather like try to just make sure that your game works as a web build, not like 5 minutes before you're supposed to hand it in. Like try it, you know, after you worked a few hours, just to see how it feels, to get a feeling for how that process is, because maybe you need to bake some assets into the WebAssembly file or something. There are in the getting started guide there, the link, and previously on the stream I talked a bit about this and showed a bit how to do those things. Can your cameras nest like Raylibs? You mean that the end? I don't think they nest really, no, because they just set the projection matrix and the view matrix, so they don't I think that's, you have to do that yourself. You can make a camera nesting thingy yourself by having like a list of cameras, and then just like push camera you could do, and then set that one, and then when you pop it you could set the previous one, and if you have no left you can put nil. That's a good idea. Yeah, test the web build earlier. And like I said, when you do upload the game, when you upload a web build to itch, you just make a zip with the output of the web build process. So it's just these 5 files, index, the WASM file, and these JS files. You just put these, zip them up, and then when you submit, you choose it's a web HTML game or something, and you just upload that zip, and it will work. One good idea is to use windowed resizable for your game when you upload it, because then it will fit to the size of the whatever view you have inside there. I should put that in the guide actually. Hello Bruno. Too bad you can't participate, but thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll update I'll write that in the I'll write that in the subscription, in the submission notes on itch, that it's good to do a resizable window, because on web resizable just means fit to the size of the window, which is what you want usually inside. If you look at how itch games look, then I mean, here's a game I did before. You know, they're usually they're in like a thing like this, right? This is from the previous game jam I did. So if you use resizable, then it will fit inside here nicely. Iklin asks, will there be something like Ray GUI in Karl2D? Right? Not now, of course, but someday. Yes, I think so. There is like a UI button that I just put in here because many of the examples use it. It says experimental because it doesn't use there's no scaling of the camera, and because I don't have a parameter for that, and yeah, this is not for use. Like what you can do if you want to use this, if you want a button, this is the wrong project. If we take, for example, if we go to the Karl2D website and we play Space Cat here, there's this source code button up here. That's the, well, actually, I think in this case I've copied the UI button, but it's something like this, it's just a button. And then I go to the source code. If you want a button like that, then you can go into the karl2d.odin file and just copy this one, and maybe you can add in your own, if you want to do like a k2.screen to world here with your camera you have somewhere, you can do that. I've noticed in high DP screen doesn't center the window screen. You mean the window doesn't end up in the center when you open it, or is there a problem with knowing what the center of the window is? Because if it doesn't center the window on the screen, it's less of a problem. But if it's a problem with like the offset of cameras, then that's a bigger problem. Yeah. Right. I'll move Discord over here so I can have a look at it. A separate screen here also. There seems to be a controller bug on web, I see. That we need to fix. Okay, it doesn't center on the screen. I see. Yeah, I think actually. I'm just thinking how it should behave. It should center on the screen. On like some OSs, on like Mac, it does always, I think. But on Windows, usually Windows sort of, they end up in that sort of, not random, but a bit strange precision sometimes. Right, I think I need to try to fix that. There is a reported bug here about gamepads in web. I need to look at that because that sounds bad. I have a... Wait, yeah, let me get that and we will look at that because that's bad. That one needs to work. That should work. I didn't test this. Something. Be right back. I'm just gonna get the controller. It's somewhere. got myself a drink and a controller. Let's see here. There's some USB here. Anyone thinking of getting a new Steam controller? Maybe if I get a Steam machine just to have it all complete. I have a Steam Deck, but that one has a controller, of course. So let's see here. Gamepad. So this is the gamepad demo on desktop. Everything works as expected. Yeah, and now we will run it on web and see what happens. Gamepad web. Good. Repos. Karl2D examples. Gamepad web. I have a... Wow, this seems... You're right, this is completely broken. How? I'm gonna get the PlayStation controller and you see, make sure it's not that I have mapped this incorrectly. This is completely broken. How is it so broken? Right. Alright, so we have a... I'm just gonna double check that maybe I only tested this with an Xbox controller. I promised this would work, and now I realize... Is this in superposition? No. And... maybe I need to restart this to find the gamepads. No. Does this work in... Problems. Maybe... That's... do I need a... Do I need a driver for this one? I don't remember. Or maybe this cable is... I have a big cable box over here. Wow, that's the shortest cable there. No. Well, I had the shortest cable ever here. I'm just gonna try that up here. Maybe I need like a PlayStation 4 controller wrapper effort. Before I tested this. This one works, right? Come on, you. What the hell? Oh, this is the Xbox controller. For some reason this one doesn't show up at all. Okay. No, it should support it. I don't remember. It was so long time I did this. Let's look at that. Why that doesn't appear. It should work. Don't you need a DS4 Windows program? Maybe that's just like, maybe I didn't need that on, maybe I tested this on my laptop in Linux and there it works. Let's try to get this gamepad stuff for the web working with this one, right? Because this is completely broken. It's probably easy to fix. I have no, because I tested this and somehow it's broken along the way. Yeah, exactly. I tested it on web too. Carl, how do you toggle full screen? I think you set, let me see, set window mode here, this one, set window mode, and then you pass in borderless full screen. You're done. Yeah, exactly. I did try this on web. When I implemented it, I tried it on web. So something has broken. Yeah, this, maybe this is this worked for Xbox controller. Does it work for PlayStation? It's a good comment. But I did try this for PlayStation also. But anyways, oh, that's the trigger, of course. That's not the left. Let me see here. That's the okay, this is the button mapping. Right, now I remember how I did this. Axis int axis. So it's a gamepad axis. So left stick. Which one is it that we're getting here? So this one, left stick up and down has become right, left stick sideways. Is there a theme for this jam? Nope. Just do what you want. Gamepad state. What's that then? This is s.gamepad state, gamepad axis, int axis. Maybe what happened, maybe the gamepad access in the Odin JS runtime have moved around somehow. 0, 1. I think I know what happened. I think I think I know. I added the none here not so far long ago. This is me. I didn't test this. I'm sorry. If I promise that -1 is gonna work. Lol. Because I wanted a way to talk about no access at all in some special cases. I don't remember what. And then I didn't think of this cost here. But, you know, this is bad code regardless, because why the hell am I getting the axis by just casting it? It should be like this. JS axis is an integer. Oh, well, what the hell is happening? So we could do up here, for example, or well, we just do like this. JS axis is an integer, right? Okay, good. What the hell is this cable doing? Cables. I have my classic low alcohol beer, the jam beer as I call it. The classic Swedish 2.8% beer. Very cheap because the alcohol tax is so much lower for 2.8 and you don't get stupid. So we switched axis. Silly me. None. Case none. Return 0. Let's just map these, even though they are mapped exactly like this. And you know, these don't matter either, because that happens up here. So we can just return 0. This is not going to happen. We could use unreachable here, but who cares? Oh wait, I just accidentally did something there. Like that. Right. So we have left trigger and right trigger 0, 0. And then we just do JS axis like this. Rebuild, and then apparently I can't code. Like that. Is this... Right, there we go. Fixed it. Stupid me. Sorry about that. 0, 1, 2, 3. Good. About the PlayStation, I'll look at that in a bit. It might be that it works. Maybe it doesn't work out of the box without, like people say in the chat that they use the DS4 tool. Maybe it works on Linux and Mac out of the box. I don't remember. It was a while ago since I implemented the gamepad stuff, so something has gone amiss in my head. Yeah, so Jason says that -1 is good to go. Yeah, I'll do the I'll push this in. Maybe I'll do a new release, just a hotfix release or something also, because I want people who use the releases to have, like, you know, yeah, on the web it has to be supported by the system or the browser. Yeah, we'll see. I don't remember exactly what happened. Git status, git diff. Is this? Are we on some weird branch? Sometimes I'm on weird branches, and Oh, okay. Fix for JS gamepad access being broken. Write that. We push that. Right, there we go. Should I make a new release with this? Or maybe... I mean, the people who have downloaded the release already have downloaded it, so... I'll just write something. Is there any way you can get the current camera? Night Owl asks. Well, you could go into the state and fetch the batch camera. That should... Wait, where is it? This one. Like k2.s.batch camera. If you just fetch like k2.s.batch camera, but that's just poking into the internals of it. I would just keep, you know, a local variable in your game around instead. That's probably a better idea. All right. Do you have any tips for how to handle coordinate mismatch between Karl2D and box2D? Well, but there is the box2D example, right? And in there, I do this. I do handle this. You have to make a little wrappers kind of for stuff. So you have to have like flip some stuff around because the y and the y-axis is reversed, right? So that will be a bit of a problem for you. But you can see now there is a little minus here and there, minus position y and minus here, and then there is when you make the position of the box up here, it's reversed. It is a bit of a pain. I agree about that. I have a PR, I have a work in progress thing that I might continue looking at, where I maybe want to make the coordinate system configurable, so you can make it y up when you want to use box2D, for example. I like y down for like UI heavy games, for example. But you know, it's a bit of an annoying problem because people just don't do the same thing. Like it's not like different libraries. But I actually, you know, for this also that's in Raylib, but you know the previous one, the Legend of Tuna. This game here I did in Raylib with box2D, and it has all the source code, and there you can see also how I did it. It gets a bit ugly sometimes, but you can look at this one since it's so similar to Raylib. I can post it in the chat if you want to, because it's a whole game, you know, with box2D, like you did this stuff. Yeah. Would you ever add a physics engine to Karl2D? Well, maybe if I wrote it myself, but I don't know. We'll see. I think box2D, I liked when you don't have dependencies on C libraries, and box2D on... The nice thing about box2D, the Odin bindings, is that you can compile it without them scripted, because we have this little libc shim thingy that makes it possible to avoid them scripted for box2D. So you can use box2D with Karl2D without them scripted, but still the box2D code is of course in a C library that's, you know, linked in, and it's not as transparent. But it's nowhere. If it happened, not this year. Not sure about next. Like, you know, that's a long term. It's a whole can of worms. Right. Oh yeah, there was the release. Let's go to github.com. GitHub. Oh, thank you, Jelly Toast Sailor. How ready is that coord swapping thing? You can try it. There is, I think it's this PR here. Let me look at it, see what it does. Yeah, it's not up to date. You use DrawRect which is the old one. It essentially has a Y up configuration item. Like you can do define Y up equals true, or Karl2D Y up equals true. And then it tries to flip everything. It might work. You might be able to, maybe you can merge this. Maybe you can take the diff of this and put it into your Karl2D and see what happens. I think it works, if I remember correctly. I think it works, but there might be funny things happening. It turns off the back face culling because I don't know which way you choose, so it just, but back face culling doesn't really matter in 2D really. You see, it's not a huge amount of changes. You can probably just look at this and understand it yourself, and you know. And here you can see that I did this specifically to see how I could change the box 2D example, because I remove all the hacks, all the flips everywhere, and that's nice. So have a look. I'll send you the pull request. You can play around with that if you want. Are we playing jam games or making jam games? No, it's the Karl2D jam, right? So I've made a library called Karl2D for the Odin programming language. So you spend 1 day or 2 days, for 48 hours. You go to the jam page, it's in the description, and you make a game, and you hand it in before this timer is up. That's it. And there are instructions here where to get Odin, where to get Karl2D. There's some getting started instructions. Just follow those and you should be good to go. Right. I promised something a long time ago, that we would look at my hot reload stuff. So let's look at that. Let's look at that now. Because just before this stream, like 2 hours before, I made this thing here, the Karl2D hot reload template, but it only works for Windows right now, and it's not very tested. The repository is brand new. It's a separate repository right now because I didn't want to commit to this being like the way it should be. Maybe I want to build hot reload into Karl2D in a better way. Who knows? You can go look at that, but we'll take a quick look at how this works now. This hot reload thingy. So let's close some windows here. Oh yeah, sorry, there was that question about how to use more mouse buttons than the 3 normal ones. I think that might not be implemented. Mouse button, because my idea is that you would do like mouse button 0, 1, 2, 3. No, 0, 1, 2. So if you did like mouse button 3, then it would be the next one. However, I think that might have been something that I wrote that I didn't implement. I shouldn't have done this, talked about this as if it was a thing. But let me check. Let's check first in the platform Windows, and I can look in the platform X11 or the Wayland, or no, it's not a Wayland thing, the mouse buttons, but oh no, it is. Mouse dot left. Let me see. Yeah, the 255. It's, imagine how that button looks, the 255 button mouse. So I'm sorry that it says support here for it. It's something that it's easy to implement, but it's easy to implement, but I might not have right button up. You see here, this is on Windows, it's not even implemented. So I'm sorry about that. It's a lie. I didn't implement it. There needs to be some additional event handling here. So this is a lie. You can only use left, right, and middle right now. Sorry about that. But that's what people usually have on their mouse, and that's what you can expect people to have. So, but for some UI-based games, it's nice to have the back and forward buttons for those who have it to go back to the previous menu, like in a web browser. But sorry, I'm gonna make a little. I'm gonna make myself a little GitHub issue here about my lies in documentation. Docs say that 255 mouse buttons are supported, but only left, right, and middle are. Oh yeah, this one I was supposed to fix. There's a little problem here. When if you set the camera while drawing to run a texture, it breaks the texture scale. It's a state issue. What separates Karl2D apart from SDL? It's easier to use, I would guess. In some, it's sort of you can start by thinking what sets SDL apart from Raylib, and that's usually that Raylib is slightly more high level, and Karl2D is a bit more like Raylib. You could say it's a bit more focused on just make your game, and a bit you get slightly more help than SDL is a bit more verbose, I would say. But and then of course SDL is different. So many things. You have SDL render, which is sort of the automatic batching render, and then you have SDL GPU, which is just like their own implementation of a GPU API. That's a separate thing. That has nothing to do with this. That's just something you would use for a backend. So, but the thing about Karl2D, it's easy to use, and it's written completely in Odin, so that when you write your game in Odin, you have your whole game creation library in Odin, so that you can go in and change the code and look at it. And since Odin libraries are shipped as source code, you can just have Karl2D in a subfolder of your game. So like I have here, Karl's game, here's Karl2D, and you have it in here. Then you could change something in the library and just recompile your game, and the changes to Karl2D would also suddenly, it would just, you don't need to recompile any extra binary library that is linked in, because that's not how it works. And another thing is that, like I said, compared to SDL also does, SDL interfaces with the operating system directly, which is nice. That's also something I like. If you look at, for example, Raylib, the default backend for Raylib uses glfw, which is into another library. So even if you have the source code for Raylib and you step into that code in your debugger, you will quite soon hit another library like glfw, because you want to look at how the window is created. I've tried to avoid all those things. So if you, for example, look in init, this is the init of the library here, and then you go down here, for example, to where this is the pf is the platform.init. This is an interface that's different on each platform. So in the case of Windows, this is implemented in platform Windows. So in this case, we end up in here, and here you see just plain Win32 calls. So you have all the library code plus the window handling and the event handling written in the same library with minimal sort of separation. So you can just go in and look at it in one program. You can step in your debugger without having to hop into, you don't have to replace with like a debug compiled library, because that's a big hassle usually. Like you download your library and then you want to debug it and you realize you don't have debug symbols because you're using a release mode library file and you have to get that, and that's not a problem here. You can just step in the debugger straight into it. And then and the same is for the renderer. I have written render backend D3D11 GL and WebGL. So you can go into the D3D11, for example. Here's the init proc. Here it's doing D3D11 calls with the devices and all that stuff. So it's, again, I don't have extra man-in-the-middle C libraries to help me do these things. I just do it myself. Yeah. That's, and then, yeah. So that's, I think, is a good thing, that you can have your game in Odin, using a library written in Odin, and that library tries to not use too many other libraries in turn. It tries to go, if possible, it tries to go all the way to the rendering API or to the OS, with a few exceptions. There are a few libraries I use, but it's not much. Just like I use what is it? I think I use STBTTF at some point via font stash, and I don't remember what more, but it's not so much. It's pretty. The nice, you really can step from your game code into the library and then get all the way down to the OS quite often. You can find what you're looking for and understand it and change the code and see it change immediately. Right, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were gonna look at. Sorry, I keep. Now we're gonna look at hot reload. I said that 10 minutes ago. Now we're gonna look at the hot reload stuff. That is experimental in a separate repository, all that stuff. So we have the hot reload, Karl2D hot reload template here. If you can click use this template to make a fork of it. You can use it as a template for a game, right? When you've done that, you might end up with a folder like this. I have my Karl2D hot reload template here. Currently the template does not come with the Karl2D like as a submodule or anything, and the reason is just that this is all experimental and I didn't want to have hassle with submodules or subtrees or anything at this point. I just want to show, like as an example, how you can do this. So when you have your game, when you have your hot reload template, it will look something like this. This might have a few extra things because I've been running this. Maybe we can do this. I can go in here and git status, git clean dxf. Bam, there we go. This is how it will look for you when you clone this template, right? So if you would go into this folder right now, the idea here is I made a build.odin file. So in my previous templates, I've used like batch and bash scripts or Python scripts. Now I've made an Odin build system for this. So if you go in here and you say Odin run dot, then it should work, but it doesn't because, like I said, I didn't include Karl2D in here. And the reason for this is, yeah, like I said, it's just all experimental right now. So what you can do is just put a copy of Karl2D into that folder. So you take all the Karl2D things. Where is it? Where it needs to be inside game. There needs to be a folder called Karl2D here, and it says this is all in the README of this repository of the hot reload template. It says what to do. So you just put Karl2D in here, then the game stuff can find it. Odin run dot building game DLL building game exe. If you look in here, you now have a game hot reload exe. Good. You start that. Here you go. Here's your window. See, you can move this little circle with the arrow keys, right? And then we leave that running and we go into the game folder here, and we look inside this file here. This is this game here. Right. So it's not much. It's just, has the movement plus drawing a circle, clearing background, and then drawing this little bar at the bottom here. So what I can do now is I can change this k2.red, for example, save that file, and then we go back to this command prompt here, and we run Odin run dot again, and boop, they're changed. So what happened here was that this running program replaced its game DLL. Like it loaded a new copy of the game DLL and started using that instead with the same memory, essentially. That's what it does. We can look a bit at, so that's how it works. It's very similar to my previous hot reload templates. So the reason, it might be a bit confusing here, the reason I type the reason I type Odin run period here to do the hot reload stuff is that because in this folder you have build.odin, so it just compiles and run this program, and this is the build script. So it just, you know, builds from the stuff in the game directory, it builds a DLL, and then from the stuff in the main hot reload directory, it builds the exe. The exe is only rebuilt if this program is not already running. It actually checks for this specific file name here. This stuff is probably quite easy to get running on Mac or Linux. I just haven't had time. If you remove the exe here and change a few things, the PDB stuff you won't need on Mac and Linux because PDB is not really a thing. Maybe you can get it to run. A little challenge if anyone wants to try. But you see, it's not that much. It's just, this is building the DLL. And if the game is already running, then it just says hot reloading. If it's not already running, then it also builds the exe, that is the thing that loads the DLL. And then how the hot reload actually works, this is the exact same as in my, previous hot reload things. It just, this program here checks for modification date, last write time of this DLL, the game DLL, reloads it, and reinitializes, feeds it back, oh, here's the memory you should use and stuff. And if you look inside the game folder here, this is the game. Like I said, we changed here to red from dark blue, and it expects these procedures with these names to exist. Game init state, game startup. The game startup and shutdown creates the window. Game init state and destroy state is for you setting up the memory of the running game, not for setting up the window. This way you can reset the game without tearing down the window, so they are separated. And this is the thing that's run each frame, and this is some extra stuff for doing the hot reload. This template also supports, you can do a what's it called? Release build, Odin build. If you look in this folder, there's a main release. You do Odin build main release. Maybe you want some optimization there, some speed optimization, like that, maybe. It takes a while because I put on optimization. Go back down here, and here you have your main release. Here's your game in release mode. Good. Finally, I also made a main web. This is a very simple program. It just has an init and a step function that runs the game init state and game update. That's all it does. And the way you use that is, but if you're in this folder here and you say Odin run, and this will look a bit weird, but you say game/Karl2D/build web, because there is a program inside Karl2D, a tool called build web, that is a tool for building the web version of your game. And then you do -- main web. So that's telling it to, hey, build web tool, please do a web build, and the package you're supposed to base this on is in this folder main web here, like that. There you go, and it says some stuff, and then here you have your game. This web version doesn't have anything to do with hot reload. It's just for convenience for making your web build work. The hot reload is for the development on your desktop, and then you make your release build for uploading your desktop release version and with the main release package, and then you do your main web build with the build web tool for uploading a web release. So you can try this if you want. It's, like I said, I can link it once more here in the chat. Yeah, it's not. It will probably work fine for you on Windows in the same way as the hot reload stuff for Rayleigh works fine. It's not gonna work perfectly if you change struct layouts. It never does, but it's very nice for tweaking gameplay code, for example, or making UIs, like moving things around. And you can easily make a build system for your text editor. The only thing it needs to do is do the build Odin run period inside this folder, right? If you just have a build system that just does this, then you can have that in your text editor and call that action in your editor, and then you can have your game running, and you can just run that, and it will recompile and see that, oh, your executable is running, and then it will just rebuild DLL and stuff. So yeah, good luck with that if anyone tries. If you're on Windows, like I said, it will probably work. If you're not, then you have to do some stuff to make it work. It would be really nice to have some procs for the code of the currently pressed mouse button, and also procs for getting the pressed character and or scan code. Yeah, I know. This is maybe the biggest thing I haven't implemented for this jam that I kind of wanted to implement was get pressed chars that gives you a list of pressed letters so that you can make text boxes easily. I haven't had time to implement that. So if you want to make a game with lots of text boxes where you input text, that might be a bit hard. That's a limitation, but that will be added. It's just it's like the next thing on the list, kind of. But it's something that needs support on all platforms. And someone did a PR of this. I haven't had time to review it, and I wanted to do it in slightly different ways. And so, yeah. Channel asks, is it easy to use custom cursors? Well, there is this is a theme. There is another PR for hardware cursors that Bruno has made that I haven't had time to review and merge. Add hardware cursors. This thing. This thing works. I think it might not merge correctly anymore because I need to look at this soon. This will do hardware cursors so that you can like give it a transparent PNG file and sort of use that. But yeah, it's not merged and not tested by me. What you can do instead is, of course, just hide your cursor and draw a texture at that point, but that won't be as snappy, that cursor, because it's the hardware cursor, as it's called, is always snappier. What about simply selecting from default cursors? Yeah, that's more or less on many platforms. That's sort of the same thing. It's just a different, like, there is not that either. So you're stuck with the default cursor currently. When I merge this stuff here, I wanted to be able to do custom cursors and then have like a set of common default cursors, like whatever those are, the ones that are possible to specify from the system. But it's not there currently. Having many overlapping sprites with alpha, not binary alpha, is okay. Yeah, it's not gonna slow you down. I mean, they're drawn in the order you draw them. It's not slower than drawing anything else, really. I mean, overdraw is always, drawing things that doesn't need to be drawn. If you cover the thing up completely, it's unnecessary, but they should be okay. Right. Cool. So we've looked at the hot reload. What sort of blending modes are there? You can do normal alpha blend or what's it called, pre-multiplied alpha. If you look at, there is an pre-multiplied alpha. There is this example called pre-multiplied alpha where I set the blend mode to pre-multiplied alpha. And yeah. So, but if you wanted like some kind of multiplicative, there's nothing like that. It's just completely normal, like the normal alpha blending equation, or whatever you want to call it. Or pre-multiplied. Pre-multiplied, of course, is very nice. Many times when you want to make something look extra nice, you have to use pre-multiplied alpha for many different reasons. I would have to change the shaders if I want some more types. Yeah, I mean, you can easily, we can look at how to use custom shaders here. Let me see here. So I am on D3D. So here's another thing that's not like currently you have different shader languages for different backends. What you can do is use the GL backend if you're on Windows, and then you have almost the same shader for WebGL. That would be quite fine. Or you can use, or you can port them manually. I want to at some point after this jam to add a cross compilation thingy, so that but that's a bit of a can of worms. So yeah, we'll see when that happens. But we can take the default shader D3D11 for example here, put that here, shader. You can look at how that works. Karl SL1. Yeah, well, I don't think. I think I rather like have a third party, like as a separate project that you can download, a shader cross compiler program. So it's not inside the Karl2D repository because it's going to be huge with all these weird dependencies. So it's just a separate thing. If you need it, you download it, you put it in, and you use that to convert shaders to the format that your current backend needs. So you can be like, okay, I want these and these backends I'm going to use. Please give me those shaders. Here's the source. And it sort of has internally some dependencies on these behemoths of, shader cross compilation suites. Isn't there someone working on Odin inspired shader? Yeah, there is someone on the Odin Discord making a little like Odin code that translates to shader code, but yeah, it's highly experimental. But yeah, there is someone who does that. So we have load shader from file here. Shader k2.shader. It's a bit weird on. This is something I've been thinking about how to solve in a nice way, but it's a bit like in GLSL you have the two shaders as separate files, the vertex and the pixel shader. In HLSL you tend to not. So currently you specify twice if you're on HLSL. If you're on GLSL you will probably have a vertex and a fragment and a vertex here. But yeah, it's just how it is. If we run that, and it looks like that. Can it stop spinning maybe? So if we then go here and we say here somewhere k2.set shader, right, there we go, and then we can go to shader.hlsl, and we could use to try it. We can how does float for red, green, blue, alpha, like that. Maybe now we will filter out only the red channel. That worked fine. And here you could do your own. If you want to do some weird blending, you could do that here, for example. But I'm not exactly sure if you need to change something else in the rendering. I haven't looked at it too much. But yeah. But then you can do stuff like that. Well, if you have a bunch of look, maybe you can. The first thing to check is, does your game look like this? So you have your game like here, right? Odin, game.odin, and in the Karl2D folder, I assume that just straight inside it, you have it like this. It's not like another Karl2D folder inside it. That's the first thing. If you have a bunch of compilers, please also maybe you have a very old Odin compiler, because I mean, if it's more than 1 or 2 months old, things might have changed in the language. So, okay. Oh, you used my video install Odin from source. Now I understand. That's a video I made. How does that? That's the video where we just install it from master branch, I think. Well, that should still work okay. But yeah, if there's a bunch of compile errors when you install Odin from source, then just try installing Odin from the release. Just go to odinlang.org and fetch the latest release. That will work fine. But yeah, you need to. So first thing you need to figure out: are you saying that you have compile errors when you compile the compiler, or are you having compilers when you try to compile your game? If the compiler is fine, you can just, you know, either you can go on the Discord server and paste your, or you can paste somewhat in the chat if you want to. It might be a bit cramped in the YouTube chat. Like it might be hard to see. The compiler. Maybe just. Are you sure the Odin source you have is up to date? Maybe you just haven't fetched it in a long while. But anyways, try the release of Odin and then let me know how it goes. I have a bunch of errors because I don't have STB libs on Linux. Yeah, you need to run the. You're welcome. The Tarnab. You need to run the funny STB compile thingy on Linux. Right. Which one is it? Oh, it's somewhere. I think it says in the error what to do. But I think you know that. Let's see what's happening in the chat. If I'm using a camera and I want to draw text in a fixed position, should I be resetting the camera to nil in each update? For yeah, the web build doesn't need anything. But if you want to quickly iterate on a desktop build, then you can. I mean, maybe some people just. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe because it's so easy to do a web build. Maybe some people will only work on the web build. I haven't thought about that. Maybe that's a thing. Right. This is fun. This is my old hot reload template. Someone has ported. That's cool. Yeah, like Budget Jim says, there's a make inside the. I wonder if hot reloading could be achieved on web build. Well, maybe if you had something that did like it somehow notified it and it could refetch the WebAssembly file, but the problem is you would sort of need two separate WebAssembly files, and one that's running the thing and then throw out one, and but you know, the web build is, as I see it, is for a release version of the game. But maybe yeah, I don't know. To me it's I'm not sure if there is a. I think you're probably better off if you want to use hot reload using it on desktop, because it's just a dev tool. But yeah, it might work. But it might get a bit hairy. Right. Cool. Well, there was some game here, by the way. Cool. Look what. Well, I'm in streamer mode, so it doesn't show names, but it's whatever. Zidlo has done these nice lines. Looks colorful and nice. Anyways, so yeah, I just wanted to show here that you can make your own shader like this and load it. And if you want multiple shader for different backends, you can, if you want to, you could do this. For example, you could do this. Because this would be a compile time condition, all right. Else when you could do something like this if you wanted to, but yeah, at someday we will have something better. But I would recommend, if you want to use custom shaders and you want to make a web build, then I would recommend just when you build your program, when you build a desktop version, do Odin run dot dash define what's it called, Karl2D render backend equals GL. If you do that on Windows, on Linux and Mac, you will always get GL. If you're on Windows, you get GL, and then you can write GLSL shaders, and then you can, when you do your WebGL, you can easily modify those. Maybe you just need to add a few lines at the top or something. You might even sometimes be able to use GLES 300 shaders on GL. It just doesn't work on platforms, but on some platforms you can use the GLES shaders that you would use for web. You can see this difference here. This is the fragment. This is the default shader. Fragment shader is the default shader for GL. The only difference is that this is version 330. This is 300 ES. I don't think this line is really needed in the GL version. But on some platforms you can actually use this shader straight up, the 300 ES in normal GL. It just doesn't work everywhere. That's why I had to sort of, initially I used this for everywhere. But you might be able to do that. So then you can just make custom shaders and use them everywhere. Do you know if it works on NVIDIA? Yes, I did this on this computer, which has an NVIDIA GPU. So I think if you're on Windows and you toggle it to use the GL backend, then I think you can use 300 ES shaders for both web and GL. Let me see something here. You can check. I recorded this stream also. I'm just gonna check so I didn't run. So I have enough space. Yes, I have 750 gigabytes. Okay, since it has quieted down a bit here now, maybe I'll just do some fun. Oh, I was gonna make a. Maybe I'll make that release, because there was the broken gamepad stuff, right? So maybe we'll just do that. Because you can't modify a release. You cannot change what release, which tag it uses. You could maybe move the tag. Not sure. But that's all dubious. Let's just do this. Create new tag, Karl2D jam hotfix 1. And then we say, oh, what was the previous one called? Previous tag was this one, generate release notes. Yeah, there was no pull request. Okay, but the only thing this fixes is the fixes a bug where gamepad did not work properly. Hotfix for the, let me just fix that quickly. Hotfix for the game Karl2D game jam. Karl2D jam release. Maybe I'll link to the hopefully that's the only hotfix we need. Set as latest release, because you know, because if people try to do that, then 100% randomized, nice. So very cute. Lamatos has made a. Oh, it looks like me, my cat in a UFO. Amazing. Look, it's going places. That looks great. Right. Yeah, I'll toss the Discord over to the second screen and let's maybe try to just play around a bit here, make some game things maybe, because I don't have any pressing things to fix right now. There was some bug with the report mouse position where cursor is outside the window, but the gamepad thing was something I could fix quickly. That one I need to test on all platforms. It's like whenever it's like something that touches all platforms, it's like, oh yeah, I have to bring out like several laptops, and it's a bit of a, it gets a bit fun. Let's see. Get some more air in here because it's getting warm. What? Curtain got stuck in there. I think STL3 doesn't even have the mouse thing. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I think, yeah, report mouse position. In my world, maybe having cursor locking so that you can get a delta position, but don't show the cursor. That's good. But yeah. Maybe I'll see if I can maybe somehow can make it so that you can get a delta position, but you don't get a updated cursor position, which would mean that you can see if you really wanted to know if the mouse has moved a bit, but I'm not sure. Right. I'm very happy. People seem to be doing things. Nothing has completely exploded except the gamepads on web, but that was fixable. Yeah. Things are looking good. you know, it is quite frightening to you know, you make a library and then you have people try it, but then you want to like do a jam like this for the first time. It is quite it can be a bit stressful almost, or frightening, because you're like, oh, what if everything blows up? I'm trying to adjust. You know, my regular viewers knows that I'm very finicky with boom arms. I don't know why. They just always annoy me somehow, and then I know that I'm making lots of like mic handling noises on the stream. And they just never exactly where you want them, are they? Like, what's the? I need to have a little drone next to me with the mic on, that is connected to my brain and knows where I want it to be. Has anyone experienced determinism with Box2D? I don't know if it is deterministic. Maybe it is. Right. Let's what kind of, I can just play around a bit here, you know, like try to actually make Karl's game a bit. So what kind of game should I make? Need to invent a telepathic mic. Yeah, exactly. Maybe sometimes I think if I should have the little, you know, the one that the news reporter has, the little you put it on your shirt, you live from somewhere. That's quite fun. And then you forget you have it on and you stand up and walk away and you tear your whole desktop with you. Catastrophic failure. Stream goes offline. House catch fire. Right. Toss the turtle. Yeah. I haven't really thought about what, I mean, I'm mostly thinking of, you know, supporting people with so this person here in the chat has an old Odin compiler, because these features were all added at some point. So the get it. Because this person says that they did rebuild the compiler, but these things, this means if you get this kind of error, it means you have an old compiler. So it's a classic problem where maybe you you think that you have rebuilt the compiler from source, but you have two of them somewhere maybe, and you're still using the old one, but you think you're using the one you just compiled or something like that. Oh, nice little balls. Wee. Looks good. Ethan, ETHN. I'm also low key thinking about what kind of game to make. I mean, I made the Space Cat game for that was so much fun to make. Girlfriend drew all the art and stuff. Show it again. That was a lot of fun to make. It's sort of a little Zelda style thingy, and comes with this little editor. It has a dual grid tile map thingy. Yeah, and you can walk between rooms and such. But yeah, I don't aim to make any proper game, because I'm gonna have to help people a lot as the game jam goes on. Oh no. But that's a good question. Like, this kind of thing is quite fun to make, but usually maybe I would like to make something a bit more that doesn't require as much level design and stuff. But I'm not sure. What I can do here is, instead of looking at that, I can show you. So in the Space Cat game, we can just do a bit of show and tell here. Right. So this game has, we can look at the collision, for example. If you look at it, it has collision with the walls, the holes here. So you're sort of on a platform up in space somewhere. And how this works, this is a very simple way to do collisions that are a bit expensive maybe if you have many things that need to collide with many things, but if it's just a player with the world, then it's not that expensive. What you do is you move the player position in the X direction, then you check against all the colliders, and if it's overlapping with them, then you just move it back. So what it's doing is calculate the player collider, checks with the rectangle for the colliders, which is the areas in the world where you can't walk, and then it checks what the fix is. It's essentially how much overlap was it between the player collider and this collider in the world, and then it figures out a sign based off if it's to the left or to the right of it, and then it moves you back with this fix, and then it moves you in the Y direction separately and does the same thing in the Y direction, and these two are split up so that you can get this nice sliding along the walls. And it becomes deterministic, that it always just does X first, so it doesn't suddenly push you in weird directions that you didn't expect. This is super nice. If you want have many things in your world that needs to collide with many things, then this might not work so nicely, because then you need to move lots of things, then loop over all the colliders for everything. Here is only a player. It says here you may need to kind of broad face in that case. And you might need some smarter way to sort of detect, is this thing like maybe you need to okay, this thing here is close to these colliders, and then you only check those colliders around it, so that you don't do this thing here. But this works fine in this simple case. Yeah. So one thing we can look at here that's quite interesting, that I would like to fix in this example, is that it currently you can go through walls. What I mean by that is, here you're supposed to have a key to get past. If I just start walking upward, then grab the window. Oh, let me do that again. If I start walking upward, then grab the window, and then I teleported through, because I got a huge delta time there, and I sort of hopped to here. This is a common problem for a game jam game. I would say it's fine, but if you want to release something like this on Steam, whoa, calm down there. Then you must fix this. Otherwise, your game is broken, I would say. So one way to fix this is by using fixed time step physics. And what that means is that you instead, because you have this to move thing here, right? You can take this to move and move it down here. So let's implement fixed time step physics here, used in this example. This is a fun thing to do on stream here. So this will only affect the player currently. Like, we're not having fixed time step physics for everything, just for the player. And what fixed time step physics means is that you, instead of always moving the movement times a delta time times a speed, you move this thing, you replace with a fixed number, and you accumulate over time, so that you get you always move, for example, in 1/60 seconds, but you accumulate that so that you don't get these big spikes. This test game is the perfect foundation for all these things. You can also try to stretch it a bit boundary, something to do with visual feedback with a simple physics game. Yeah, that's everything. But yeah, so I mean, there is of course a simpler way to fix this. You could do this dt, because dt up here is what? There is a, perhaps, you know, in a game jam. Yeah, I thought the lol was to this. I was like, I don't know. You could of course do this max and then 0.016, or, you know, 0.3. So that's like, now, you know, it's still, wait. I mean, not max. See how fast I'm moving there. Now, this works, and if you grab this, you see. Plenty plans on making it not freeze upon picking up window. I don't think that's worth it. Like, you would essentially need to have a thread that runs the loop on, and it's a lot of extra work for nothing, because people don't usually, like, while playing your game, move it around because then you're not playing here and you're moving around. Like, it's not a thing. I mean, most games don't do this, and it's really pointless, I think, especially if you're in full screen mode or whatever. It just complicates things. And actually, I think, you know, even if you you should still fix bugs like this where you can hop through walls. You should still fix stuff like that, and this actually makes it this makes it easy to notice these things, because you might have tried to move your window and then you notice that you were falling through the ground or something. Oh yeah, Animal Well did use this, because in Animal Well you can shake the window and the things shake. Yeah, extremely handcrafted, cool game. Maybe the best game that was released that year. Right, but yeah, this is not fixed time step things, but this is a quick fix, because 60 hertz is 0.016. No, 0.016, like this. This is 60 hertz roughly. So this is free here is like 30 FPS roughly. So then but this is a quick fix. You could use this for a game jam where you just make sure that your delta time never spikes, because that's what happened. This number dt, when you're holding the window, or if you get a big lag spike because your computer doing something messed up, right? If that happens, then maybe you get huge dt and you fall through the ground. If you have physics that constantly pushes you down, you can fall through the ground, or you can walk through a wall like this. But yeah, that fixes that in a simple way. That's what I would recommend for a game jam if you just need a quick fix. If you want to do a proper fix, what you can do is this. So we will do a, well, doesn't matter where it is. It's a bit messy here because it's you know, I've just written this code as I go. let's just put a number here called time accumulator, like that. Yeah, you can, I think, having a maximum DT. I mean, what I did here, the min thing was essentially like, you know, if DT is bigger than 0.3, DT equals 0.3, you know, same thing. You can do something like that. That's a quick fix. One thing you can do, if you want to be like super fancy about it, is you have your time accumulator, and then you do for time accumulator bigger than, and then you have a fixed DT, and then you can do like that maybe, and then you can even do an equals here, but that's not gonna happen very often. So now we will loop this, and what we'll do here is we'll take all this stuff, toss it in here, and then say to move timer accumulator bigger than fixed DT. Okay, then with to move movement fixed DT, because this thing is constantly every frame plussing on here. So some frames maybe it won't go in here once, maybe sometimes it goes twice. You know, and then down here we just say time accumulated minus equals fixed DT. Let's see if that works. And it seems to work. Now there are problems with this. Wait. Did that actually? And now it looked, yeah, it should jitter a bit, because you also usually need interpolation to get this. Wait, it's still. Yeah. No, yeah, it is correct. You know, when you release it, there should still be a big motion, because a lot of time has passed. So if you go here and move up, but you're not teleporting through the wall, right? It still gets stuck there. I have to fight, because the up key moves the window up, so I'm moving it down with my mouse. But you see, so what happens there? You get a huge DT, and then it's just running lots of these loops. So maybe you get like 5 here. You get this time accumulator. Maybe it's like 5 seconds of time. Then it's just looping this many times and moving it 1/60 each time. And as long as your gameplay code is written, like, as long as that's a number that's okay, that they will never hop through any walls, because it's so tiny, you know, it's gonna work, then that's fine. So you get like this is a simple fixed time step stuff. There are problems here now. You will get stuttering. Maybe it's not obvious in this one. Maybe sometimes, because this is a 60 Hz screen, sometimes it will get just under or just above. So sometimes you get 0 frames in one frame, and the next frame you get 2, because then it has suddenly accumulated 2 frames worth of the delta time. Problem. What you need to do then is start interpolating, and that's when all this gets a bit annoying. And there's many different ways to go about that, but essentially you need to take into consideration how much stuff is left in the accumulator and use that to get an interpolated position. By the way, there's some audio humming. Maybe it's just my computer. There's also, I don't know, hard to say. I can I'll mute my desktop and I'll listen to the stream. Let me see. Let me see. Where is the stream? Here. Oh yeah, there is a zzz. I'm gonna try some things here to see if it works. Hello. Let's see now what happens. Now it's still buzzing. I have to wait a bit because of the lag. Nope. It's still buzzing. Interesting. Nope. Okay, I'll try restarting the audio interface. Well, the solution isn't really a noise gate because I don't always have this problem, so it's nice to fix the problems if possible. Let me try restarting the audio interface. So let's see now. Nah. That's interesting. I've had some weird problems with this audio interface recently, so it might be a bit sad. But what I can do is actually I don't need to watch the stream. I can just put on. I think I have properties here where I can listen to the. Thing. Wait, where is it? Filters? No. Maybe bad XLR cable. Yeah, maybe it's quite new, this one, but I have maybe. I don't know. Where is the. Magnetic interference, yeah, but this is the exact same app as I always use. The only new thing is that I have a separate screen here with the stuff on. Wait, I'm trying to find the. I have lost in OBS weird. And now Now I can listen to myself. Nope. So I don't like noise gates that much. Also, I talk like I have speech chaperone. I have disabled. So now I put in a noise gate, but the problem with noise gates is that you tend to cut out sometimes some of the fine nuances of the speech. It's actually sometimes people use noise gates, and I watched their YouTube video, and it's actually hard to hear what they're saying because when they sort of say something a bit softly, some of the cuts out. Very tricky to get it right, I think. Let's see. Now I'm talking softly, and it. Yeah, exactly. La, la, la. Yeah, I hate noise gates. Oh well, I'm not sure really what's wrong with it. Yeah, it does. It does sound like a bit like I listen a bit to it. It changes when I do things on the screen, which means that it's sort of coming from sometimes some GPU related stuff. Yeah, exactly. I've I've had audio interfaces in my computer before where this happened. Like there was always like this. I realize I might have some DisplayPort cables in my computer that are not connected to anything anymore because my yeah. No, it's still there. Yeah, I tried turning off the new monitor before, it didn't work. Maybe it's the cable to it. I used to unplug. There was a DisplayPort cable that was unused connected to the GPU. That I tried to disconnect that, but it didn't help either. Anyways, okay, I'll try that as a last test. Nah, doesn't help. Oh well. Yeah, it did stop for a tiny moment, but it was... Then it came back. So I don't know. I'll have to... I'll experiment with it. It will have to do for now. Let's ignore it for the time being. Yeah, I think the buffer was just like I listened to it as well. It was just, I don't know. It's you know, these kind of things. It can be used that I moved some peripheral to a new USB port and didn't like. It's quite dangerous with these kind of things because you really like the moment you move anything to a new port, you can like, oh no, this port kind of had a jump over to some channel and it well. Because the audio interface goes over USB. Maybe if I move the audio interface to another USB port. Let's try that. Hold on. La la la. Nope, that's equally bad. I think we'll have to live with this for now. I can't fix it. I'm usually able to, but not today. Just put everything in a Faraday cage. Exactly. So we were doing some funny stuff with our time accumulator here. Oh, that was loud. I turned the volume up a lot to listen to myself. So when you have fixed time step like this, then one thing is that you might get weird stuttering. It might not be obvious right now. It's really not obvious. But what you can do is you can check how much time is left in the accumulator and divide it by the fixed DT. I've done that in, you can look at, for example, I think I have like the cat and onion source code somewhere here. It's of course raylib, but it's the exact same idea. Here somewhere, fixed, what do I call it? Physics time, yeah. So here I do this. You see, I do like physics time. 4 physics time is bigger than the time, bigger than 1 frame. Then I do exactly this kind of thing where I move you down and then check for collisions, and then move you sideways, and this has a lot of extra stuff, and then I decrease it. And then you take what's left in the accumulator. This is the same as, you know, in this case, this is the time accumulator, this thing, and divide that by how much 1 frame, 1 fixed DT is, because that will always be less than 1 now, because you've eaten all of, like, if you look at this loop here, this will eat all the frames in here, except what's everything that's less than, like, you might have half a frame of time left. So something like this then will get you a number between 0 and 1, which is useful with a lerp. So then you can just create a render position, and you can lerp from the previous position to the current position with this blend thing, and then you get this smooth thing. You get this smooth interpolation where you're always moving in fixed time steps. You can never hop through walls, and you get a nice and you also get, like, for the times when you have less than a frame left in the accumulator, you still get some movement out of that, so that it's always a continuous smooth motion. This is of course annoying, because suddenly you must, instead of use the normal position, you must use this one for rendering but this one for gameplay. It is annoying. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place. I added this quite late in the game, so it's a bit hacked in, and it's only the player does this, no one else, because the players don't know physics in this game. But you know, you can do it in a more general way, where you have maybe the whole state of the game, and you have all the positions, and you interpolate all of them or something. But yeah, it's it can get a bit messy. But yeah, for a game jam, maybe you can just you know, where are we? For a game jam, maybe you can just space cat. For a game jam, maybe you can just clamp this, so that if it's bigger than 0.03, then you set it to 0.03. Then you won't be able to hop through walls anymore. That's the hard way and the easy way. Managed to get progress at Odin compiler. Did you perhaps not empty the directory? There may be old Odin files in the core folder that still get compiled. Or compiled. Always delete everything in the Odin folder if you copy in a new release version. Now you can use those files if you want to. Like someone asked if they could use from the examples. Like, sure, it's fine. Like I said before, the important thing to me is that you write your code and you understand what you're doing. Then if you use some free assets or not. I know there's no explicit license in the examples, but the license of the whole Karl2D library is MIT license, which applies to examples as well. So all of it is just MIT. How would you handle Box2D having a different coordinate system from the drawing commands? Do you set up a camera so that you can use pass the Box2D position directly to drawing commands, or can someone stop Box2D use the? You can't change the coordinate system of Box2D, I'm afraid. See the examples Box2D. See in there I manually flip coordinates. You might have to wrap procedures to make it work. But it's funny. It's a super common issue when people well, according to MIT, you must credit Karl2D in your project's artifact. Yeah, but I say that you don't need to. It's yeah, it's I can change the license if it's. I said that you can use the resource if you want to. Nice. Nice box. Oh, you're doing a sprite stack. Nice. This is like I think it's a sprite stack. Cool. Cool. Yeah, maybe I'll change the license at some point. I just tend to pick MIT by default because it's fairly permissive. But yeah, I might change it to something even more permissive. Essentially, I think a good license for these kind of things is like you don't have to give credit. You can do it if you want to be nice. Didn't what Odin compiler switched recently? Did they change to a zlib? Let's see. Yes, they did. So they changed from BSD something free clause or something to this. Yeah, exactly. It's appreciated, not required. I see. Yeah, I think this is a better license probably. So I might switch the whole library over to zlib. Maybe not right now, but yeah. I think that's if you use the software in a product, an acknowledgement in the product documentation will be appreciated, but not required. I think that's just sort of like a, you know, it's quite good. So we looked a bit at how to do the time accumulator things, but you, like I said, you might not need to do that in your game. Is there a way to have additive blending? There's currently no way to specify blend modes, I'm afraid. You have just alpha blending. But you can. I'll make a. I can make a GitHub issue about that, but it's not possible right now in any straightforward way. I don't know if. I think having additive blending is not just a shader issue, right? You might need to have some setting in the render backend. So it feels like it's a whole blend mode option I don't have. I have alpha. Currently I have alpha blending and pre-multiplied alpha. Something is missing there, I think. Let's see here. Is anyone complaining of blend modes here? No, but let's add a ticket. More blend modes. For example, additive blend. So. Hope it's not too much of an issue. But it's good to we find all these things now. We find the mouse problems. We find the blending. I think you're the second or third person that's talked about it. So it's not something I would think about because I usually don't just use alpha blending. But I'm not Mr. Post Processing guy. So it's probably why, or something like that. I'm gonna look at this humming issue again. La, la, la. Ugh, noise gates. Nah. Oh well. Yeah. I think I have to sort out my audio issues someday. Like look a bit into all audio setup here. what to do now? I had some other fun things to talk about. We have looked at cameras, we have looked at shaders, we have looked at things. Had the issue with speakers. One day, yeah, it's it might be that you just moved something to another USB port. You sort of, one way to test this is to disconnect everything except like the audio interface, and you sit with the monitoring on, and then connect things one by one and see if the buzzing appears. Like if it's gone when you disconnect everything, then you just, and then maybe you need to move things to other USB ports and blah 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 blah. Or maybe my GPU is going sad, who knows. Or maybe this audio interface is crap. So let's see here. Maybe we have some more fun things to talk about. If anyone wants me to like do a demo of any feature, they can just ask about how anything works in the library. I'm getting a bit tired actually, so you see it's 11:15. But maybe I will just make some really dank UI library. That's my game jam. It's not a game jam at all. I just like doing that kind of stuff. I sit here, answer questions, resolve things, and do some dank UI programming. Because things are moving on pretty nicely. People are making things, and I see in the Discord we have the, like I said, this one here, very nice, the little sprite stacking, and we have ball thingy, more balls. Yeah. And if you're, for those who are watching, like if you just tuned in or something, we're doing a game jam. There's a itch link in the description. You can still join. You can still join here. Just make a game within 1 day and 20 hours. Submit it. There's a link to this page in the description. And you use Odin programming language and my Karl2D library to make a game. This is the first game jam ever with my library. But we have 100 registered people doing stuff, so it's pretty cool. And yeah, and the price will be, the main price is that you will be featured on the website on the front here for quite some time, because you know I currently don't have that many things to put here because it's a new library, so you can be here for a while with links to your game, and maybe if you have any social media profiles or whatever you want to link to, you can put there. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe also the mic buzz comes from just, maybe I usually have a higher gain on it, and these people have to turn up the volume. I don't know. Anyways, let's look at some nice UI things. So we go open Karl's game here. So here is Karl's game. Wait, where is why don't I have it? Oh, I deleted the shader, and then I still use it. Then you get nothing like that. Let's scrap this for now. So we have in Karl2D.Odin, we have UI button. I'm gonna copy this, so we're gonna try to make like a, maybe we'll try making a Karl2D UI library or something. Who knows? This will be fun. Karl UI. I mean, it's probably not gonna be in a separate library anyways. Oh, let's just do this for now. And then here we do package Karl2D UI package, and then we import K2 dash like that. Okay. Very cool. Look what someone has done. What Jason did. It's Wolf 3D inspired Karl2D game. This is, this is 3D in a 2D library using some kind of raycasting engine. Like the old Doom and Wolfenstein games did. That's very cool. It's very nice. I like the kind of stuff when people do 3D things in a sort of a 2D context. It's very nice. Is that it? Maybe? Let's try this. K2 KU dot button UI button. Okay, it's a bit weird. Because it would be like, it feels like it should be like that because it's the UI package. But then on the other hand, I think this is gonna go into Karl2D package, not in a separate UI. I think. Or maybe it should be like this, K2 UI. Like that, probably. I knew someone was gonna do that. Yeah, it's a classic. It's very nice. Love to see it. How can I scale a texture? AKA create a source direct from a texture to called. That's. I have that. Draw texture. Let me. Like this. I mean, what get texture rec does here is that it just fetches, because on the texture, on the texture, you have the width and the height. So what you can actually construct this rectangle easily like this. It's just a convenience function for fetching out the width and the height from it and blah, give you a rect like that. So Anyways. Let's not lose sleep over this naming of the UI things. UI button, and then we say like 2020, 220, and we say hello. And what you do here is you just do something like that, right? And you have your hello there. There are some problems here, of course, that, for example, in this case, we're using a camera. And this point in rect here does not. So that's the first thing to think about here. And this is something I've been putting off. I wrote here, this is copied from the Karl2D. This is copied from the Karl2D experimental section, because it is experimental, because it needs some more context. Maybe I could use the thing here is, you know, I could fetch the batch camera from the Karl2D state and just check the point in rect using that. The reason I don't like that is because I don't like the current system for how you fetch the current projection matrix, because if I fetch the batch, if in the state there is a batch camera here, right? But if I use that to transform the mouse cursor so that it gets into the correct space, then it's one problem is that it's not a cheap operation, because if you look at screen to world, it fetches the camera world matrix. And what does that do? Well, that does like translate, like it does these operations and then multiplies matrices together and stuff. It doesn't do any matrix inverses, which is very expensive, but it's still because it does the operations in a in a certain order, just to get there, instead of doing a you can avoid matrix inverses sometimes. It's explained here. You can just do the thing in the backward order with some negations and stuff in order to sort of simulate a matrix inverse, because they will do the same thing, because the matrix inverse essentially do the transformation backwards. So you see here, this is camera world matrix, which is the matrix that brings something in front of the camera. It does it in this translate, rotation, scale, and then offset. This one is the other way around, the inverted offset, which is, if you look at it, it's just well, the offset is the same, but some of these are different. The zoom is 1 over. Here's the zoom. We have minus target here. It's also minus. Oh, no. Yeah, I looked at it the wrong way. In target translate is down here, so there is no minus here. So it just does the other way around. But it's still not a cheap thing to do. So I don't like the idea. Even if I use the batch camera here, that I would do fetch these things all the time. And one thing I've been thinking of, this whole, and this I might redesign after the jam a bit at some point. I don't like these two that much. Maybe I don't like the whole concept of what a camera is, because, you know, like when you make a camera, you say create camera, why can't you just feed in, here are the things, the zoom, and then it makes you a matrix, and then whenever you want to transform something using that, it just uses that matrix. So the camera is just a matrix. You can have the fields on there to make it easy to see what they are, also like the zoom and the offset. But I don't like this. It would be better if it was like that. But that changes the whole API in a sort of substantial way. Raylib does it this way because it's easy to understand. But while I like things easy to understand, I also try to make sure that they are nice and it's easy to make it fast as well. So I'm not sure exactly. The concept of camera in 2D is strange to me. Well, I think I know it's like, I mean, if you look at the camera, it's looking somewhere, it can be rotated, it can be zoomed in. You can call it something else if you want. But maybe you could just say that it's maybe it's just a view. It's not a camera. Maybe you will like, oh, it's just the view and it has these options, and then it has a matrix on it that is pre-calculated. And then yeah. Tysor asks if there's any way to keep the window drawing while resizing using. No, it's not. It's a whole can of worms to support that. It needs extra threads and stuff. View sounds more intuitive to me personally. Set view, set camera. I don't think it matters that much which one you choose. To me, it's more of a problem of when do you calculate the matrix. Yeah, so I'm not sure. That's why, and this is one of the reasons I've been putting this off, because I'm like, maybe I also don't like, this is also a handover from Raylib, these two names, screen to world, because I use screen to world a lot to get from, if I have a zoomed UI, so I have my screen is a certain size, and then I have a zoomed UI that's 4 times bigger, say, then I would use screen to world. Maybe I could just multiply the positions by the zoom also, but I could use that to get into the space of the camera. It's not really a world thing, it's just a screen to my UI view or camera, whatever. And that's, I guess, yes, the word view doesn't imply so much about that it's a world space coordinate. It's more like a bit more friendly in that sense. Like it's a bit less, it implies a bit less of a world connection and a bit more of a sort of just look at something. But yeah. But to me, this is just like, screen to world is just like, it's quite nice. This one, like this one is easy. You can just be like, oh, transform position. But then this one becomes like untransform or something, because you're sort of going backwards. So it's a bit like, ugh. But if you have the matrix pre-calculated here, camera.sum matrix, then you can see that this just becomes a multiplication. Although it's annoying that this is like a 4-dimensional thingy. But yeah. You could also expose it as just a multiplication, but we shall see. I'm not going to change any of that now, and even if I change it, I will keep deprecated procedures, of course. So no, don't worry about your game you're making in the jam or anything. But yeah. No, but that's part of why I'm a bit hesitant to do this UI thing, because I'm not really sure what to put here. Maybe what we should have is like maybe it should be like UI scale. Maybe you have a UI scale. I'm not saying it should be a global variable like this, but then you have like you set the UI scale and then it just multiplies things for you somehow. Because the only thing it needs to do is multiply mouse position. Everything else will kind of work. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do this now. It was just I realize I need to think about it a bit more. It's the camera problem. As you can see, but we can play around a bit with these, of course. We can do this. Let's not completely give up here. We can take these and put them here instead. I can do I can show you some fun things to do with rect cut. Because there's some rect cut things in Karl2D that are nice to use. So what you would do here is the zoom here is 4. Maybe we can do like this. Camera zoom is 4. Put that there. You can divide at times camera zoom, is it? Maybe. Oh, divided by. I'm stupid. Oh, wait. Oh, am I? Oh, wait, I'm drawing it in world space. So if you did something like this, for example, this is a common problem. Yes, there you go. So now this button works. So one thing you could do here is create a rectangle. If you want to do like a UI, what you can do is this. Screen is for UI rect k2.rect from pos size. The position is your 0, 0. The size is k2.get screen size divided by UI camera.zoom, I think. Right, and then we can take this UI rect, for example. Well, let's move this down here, and we can take this and do like draw rect. You could to note here, you could also use screen to world here. You can transform this if you want. It just doesn't matter. I just do that because I know the only thing it will do is do a division. Dark gray. Like that. This I think this covers the whole screen. Now you can check if that's actually true by doing this. UI rect equals k2.shrink rect shrink UI rect 5. Now we will shrink 5 pixel. Thoughts on Pallas cat? Excellent creature. I watch sometimes Pallas cat live streams from zoos where they had Pallas cat kittens. They look so funny because it's like cats, but they have the ears too far down. So what we can do now is this is UI rect here. We can just let's just maybe we can just call this like we can just do it all here. Like that. Side panel, for example, we can make a side panel easily by just doing rect cut left, send in a pointer to the UI rect. We say we want a 200 pixels big side panel, and then we k2.draw rect side panel to dark. Let's steal some colors here. This one maybe. Like that maybe. Oh, I did a period there. And oh no, I meant to. There should be 0 because that's the margin, and here I was supposed to type this. And you see we have a because this UI is fairly zoomed in. We have 200 is quite a lot. We can change that to maybe 2. Nice. Maybe we want to do like a divide this splitter here, so it's you can divide up the area and drag how big part of it currently uses. That we can do. We just need some state in order to do that. Also, this let's first try to put this UI button here so that it's a bit more nicely. It's inside the side panel, so we can just do like this. K2.rect cut top. Will you be streaming tomorrow? Yes, I'll do some streams every now and then for the whole jam. Is it raining? No, it's just sitting right next to the window. Oh, there was the tap in the kitchen. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. See, now it occupies that one perfectly. We could maybe do this like this. Cut side panel row proc. I'm not sure exactly what it's supposed to return, but like that. Panel. So pointer to a K2 rect. You send that in, and then maybe like that, and then we do return K2.shrink. Maybe we can do like a panel. Actually, let's just do this. I think the side panel should have a margin. And then we can just do panel margin 5, sure, good. Like that. Remove that, whatever. Oh yeah, I need a margin in 2 directions. So we do this again. So now you have a little margin there. So now this, this button is very big still, but we can make it a bit smaller, 12 maybe. Yeah, good. And we could also, if we really want to, if we want to be all fancy, there is this outline here. You can divide outline by the camera zoom if you want to. If you want a Wait, that didn't work. Here you go. It was dividing integer division. Let's try making this spacer here. Let's try making this one movable, so you can grab here and just go zit 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 zit. Nice, like that. Let's see how I can do that. To do that, we need to have this thing in a state thingy. You just need some, I mean, let's use whatever. This is just the divide panel divide x is an F32 of 3200. Put that there, like that. And then we can maybe draw that divider between them when you hover it. So we just need to calculate now where the divider goes. We can do a little panel divider width, maybe it's 5. So let's see here. Side panel is there. Side panels. Oh, it's a splitter, not a divider. Splitter handle width. Panel split X. Side panel split rec. And if you think a bit about it, what the split, like if you want to calculate, if you want to calculate a rectangle here, it's essentially there's a few ways to do it. You could just look at this position here. Maybe we just try doing this. Is because you've taken this away from the UI rect. Okay, let's try this. This is maybe not the best way to do it, but top right, there's a rect top right. Oh, we can do this maybe. To rect from pos size. So here we can feed in one vector of the position. So we take this one, top right, and then we subtract handle width divided by 2, 2.0 to make sure it gets nice. And then we do the height of it becomes k2.rect. This is your side panel dot height. Wait, the width is blah. Panel splitter width, and like that. Yeah. Like that, and then we can try drawing that on top. K2.draw rect side panel splitter K2.red. I'm just gonna draw it in red just to see that I got it. There you go, it's there. So now this is getting, it's doing UI now. So now if let's make a little UI mouse in UI rect. It's a procedure where you take a rect and you return a bool, and it sort of does this. Well, it doesn't sort of do it, it's exactly what it does. Mouse in UI rect, if mouse in UI rect, side panel splitter, then we draw this. There you go. Click, 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 click. Yeah, good, good. Gray maybe. And then if you hold that down, what you would do here is you can do these experiments where you want to make a UI library like this, and then you can translate these things later into a function that be like a splitter. So you could have like a UI splitter. So you could have an active UI item that is the splitter, and then you have some kind of states there that is like, are you hovering it, or are you holding down on it, stuff like that. If mouse in UI rect, we can just do something like this for now. Hit mouse went down dot left. Splitter dragging equals true. Splitter drag start equals to get mouse position. Get UI mouse position. Proc. Have an experience with in-program embed programmers. You mean like making a script language inside a program or something? Can't say I have. This is wrong, like 2. Let's just do this. So let's do splitter dragging. Well, actually, yes, I have worked with integrating Lua into game engines. Yes, if you want to use Core OS in your native build and exclude it from web, you need to put it into 2 separate files. You can make this you can see this in SpaceCat. There is serializer default and serializer Odin. This one doesn't almost do anything. The only point of this is that this is the JS version for web. It just hashtag loads a file, right? Because the other ones can't be used anyways. You can't write a file and stuff. And this version uses the OS. So it's just serializer default, and that one does not build on JS. And then I have the serializer JS that builds on JS. And then you do something like that. If K2, no, if splitter dragging diff equals splitter from that one to this one, get UI mouse position like that, And then you just say panel split x equals diff.x. I think. Do you think Odin and Lua works on web build? I don't know. Maybe not. Just you can look inside it, see if there's any WebAssembly things in there. And if they are, they might need them scripted, or maybe they don't. Usually, if there are WebAssembly files included in Odin, they don't need them scripted because Odin doesn't try to support them scripting. Maybe this will work. You think? Wow. Well, something's wrong. Diff. Oh wait. That's not what I wanted. Oh no. I need to. What's the best way to do this? Maybe I just do this instead. Maybe that's better for now. All right. Oh, I'm still inside them. No. That's wrong. Didn't mean to have it inside here. Like that. Look at this now. This will work. It's a bit ugly that it lags behind. Now I draw it twice, but it's okay. So you have very fancy splitter dragging that way. Button is big, button is small. And you could, formalize this splitter thing into like some kind of UI splitter control that knows. You can have like, is this the active UI element, and you can drag that around, and then you can it can internally track where it's supposed to split currently, or something like that. But actually, I think a good way to do this is to not put the split position. You put the split position, you feed it in. You have a splitter procedure that has that looks like this. UI splitter is a procedure that takes a split. Maybe it's a horizontal splitter, split x f32, but this is a pointer. Something like that, and it does sort of these things. But then you need to, at some point, you need to introduce sort of a UI state. So maybe you want to have like a UI. Like some UI object you pass in that keeps track of what is the currently active control and stuff. So then you can know that, oh, this one is active. Someone has clicked on this, and start dragging it around, and then we can sort of start doing those kind of things. But yeah. Because you would need something like that, because you need to know if it's active. You need to know if mouse has gone down. That's what I did here with splitter dragging. This you need to formalize somehow. I mean, you can, of course, we can do something like this. And then yeah, and then somehow make it so that this thing has a ID. I don't know, but that's just some sketches. But as you can see, you can quite easily do things like this. And maybe for example you could have a label here on your button. Let me see if this still works. Yes. What should the button say? Retarget. Very, very good game engine. Or yeah, I don't know. A label on a button is a bit weird because the button has the label. I was more thinking of a text field or something. You know, you can do something like that. It's quite neat. Anyways, that was just me playing around. These are just ideas for how I might approach UI things in the future if I make a UI library. I have quite a strong opinion on that. If I make a UI library, I might do it press on action on press. I mean, which means that you don't do the classic when you release the mouse cursor, the mouse button, the thing happens. It's when you go down it happens, except if you need to do drag and drop. But then that's a special case. That makes the UI way more snappy. And people have talked about is that in many video games UIs are more snappy because they use act on press, while on operating systems they're not as snappy. And that's why often video games are snappier than operating systems. But some people like the idea of that you're able to, like, you know, click this button and then move outside and then move back in. You can click down but on the other hand, if it closes immediately when you press, the whole applications will. Yeah, like Channel says, it's better to be snappy and just have easy undo. I think both of us has read this, the legendary John Carmack Twitter thread where he rants about this, that it's better to just act on press when possible, unless it's drag and drop, and then rely on undo and such. Oh well. Well, it's midnight. I'm thinking of maybe calling it a day soon. But everyone is, yeah, I'm very happy with people doing cool things. Look, very, very fun to see the progress people are doing. Can't wait to see what happens with another day of tinkering. I think we're gonna have some great Odin games or Karl2D games. All right, I think I'm gonna head off. You can, while the chat live stream is down, you can just ask questions on the Discord server. It's linked in the description, and you can then I will look at them tomorrow unless someone else gets to answering them before me. Yeah, I'll be back in a few hours. It's midnight here now, and I got tired. But it's looking great, all the games. Yeah, have a good night, everyone. And for those of you who are still have lots of day hours left, I mean, people in the Americas, for example, I think you have several hours left of your day. Good luck on your coming hours of jamming. Good night. See you tomorrow. I'll be back in I don't know when, but when I wake up and have had breakfast and stuff, I'll pop into the stream again. I'll try to sort this audio stuff out, the buzzing, see if I can figure it out, but no promises. Okay, good night.